not in Boston doesn't mean you can't follow the Sox like a local.
The Greg Hill Show goes beyond the national headlines, breaking down lineups, pitching decisions, and roster moves the way someone in the dugout might see. Follow The Greg Hill Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
I need a little range. Step to the range. Come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
You can stream the show or listen on demand anytime. Just download the Odyssey app.
That's AUDACY.
Save WEEI as a favorite and listen wherever you go. The Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
All right, couple of minutes left here. Christian Arcand Show before we hand things over to me, the Mass Mutual pregame show. In the interest of fairness, I said I had not seen really anybody defending Diana Russini. I just went on Twitter during the commercial break, and I found two people, two brave souls. One of them's Maggie Gray, who I think used to work at The Fan, right? Wasn't Maggie Gray WFAN? And she tweeted about an hour ago, Diana Russini is a valued voice in NFL media and an expert newsbreaker. If she wants to continue in this field, she will have ample opportunities, I have no doubt. No doubt? Really? You have no doubt? Hey, sticking up for her. The other person, and I'm not familiar with this, Brian Geltzeiler, host on SiriusXM NBA Radio. I'm not familiar. Contributor at NBA TV. I'm looking at his picture. I may have seen this guy on TV before. And here's what he tweeted. Said, the irony in this public thrashing of Diana Russini and her journalistic integrity is the gross lack of journalistic integrity shown in conclusion jumping off a few pictures without any further context. I wish her and her family the best and look forward to her next stop. She is an outstanding reporter. Yeah, it's our fault. I know he's not talking about me. I don't know that anybody reported anything other than what was in the paper. You want to say that page 6 in the New York Post showed a lack of journalistic integrity? Be my guest. That's a battle you probably aren't going to win there, guy. But hey, all right, I was wrong. There's two people. I've seen two people in the media business who have defended Diana Russini. I've seen far more people joining in on the public thrashing. I'll put it that way. And some people are doing it for clout and for clicks and whatever. And I get that. In a way, I kind of am too. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on in sports right now. But this is the dominant story. And before I get to the phones, there's a couple of text messages I want to read. Arcand, nobody cares except you media honks that need to fill Showtime. You're so wrong. You're just so wrong to say that nobody cares about this. This is a huge, huge story. You may not like that it's a huge story. But please, don't be ridiculous. Don't be a child. 860. The obsession show to show with destroying two people's lives and careers over something that happened between two consenting adults and is no one's business but their own and their families is ridiculous. I truly hope that the encounter is nothing more than two people holding hands and both of them sue all you talking heads. Are you listening to yourself? Like, did you think that text through before you sent it? Are you like 8 years old? Come on. It was just people holding hands, guys. In the most romantic hotel there's ever been in the middle of the Sedona Mountains. It's just totally fine. And she resigned, but that doesn't mean anything. Like, do you listen to yourself? Are you listening to yourself? I'm not putting out reports. I'm giving you my opinion. I'm a talk show host. You believe whatever you want to believe. One thing I've learned in the last 10, 15 years is that people will believe anything. So you believe whatever you want. You believe that we ruined their lives. That it was our fault. Yeah. That's a good way to go about living your life, accountability, and all that.
I think we forced them to stand out in the wide open instead of being behind closed doors to do it too. We forced them outside.
Definitely our fault.
That's
100%.
right. That's what I heard.
To the phones we go. JT is on the Cape. Hey, JT. JT. Hello.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. First of all, great show.
Thank you.
Appreciate talking to you. I don't think Bob Kraft is going to do anything about this, and quite frankly, I don't think he can. I mean, even with the Orchids of Asia incident that he got wrapped up in 2019, 2-conference solicitation, he's got no credibility to discipline Vrabel for anything like this. If it turns out that he was involved in something immoral, quote unquote. It'd be interesting to see, just wrapping up some of your comments about Diana and the lack of support from the female half here. If there's no fallout with her losing her job, theoretically, and him keeping it and not being disciplined, that's a little bit more leaning towards the guilt end on this one as well. So
Potentially. And you're right about, the element that you brought up there with Kraft and everything, but he owns the team. So, he doesn't need to have credibility. He can do whatever he wants. He could fire Mike Vrabel if he wanted to, and if Mike Vrabel only won, 5 games last year, then that may be something that did. I don't think so, because I think they all really liked Mike Vrabel more than they ever liked Gerard Mayo last year. I think that Kraft liked the idea of Gerard Mayo being the coach, but he never actually thought that it would work, and I don't think that there was ever any kind of concrete rebar for him there. There was no support. They threw his staff together. I mean, there was some Belichick's on the staff. It was a whole thing. It was really silly in retrospect. Whereas with Vrabel, totally different. I think they really were happy with Mike Vrabel, happy enough that they'll be willing to look the other way to an extent here, no matter how much credibility you think ownership has or doesn't have on matters like this. I think that what really stands out and what the NFL has always sort of proven time and time again is that if you're good enough, people will look the other way on all sorts of stuff. Greg Hardy and Tyreek Hill and all the, you name it. There's a lot of examples of that. And when it comes to that sort of stuff, punishing players, punishing coaches, this is kind of small potatoes. And the NFL has no real bearing on that. I mean, if you think that's wrong, then I'm not going to say you're totally off the mark. I think the NFL has screwed up a lot of these things over the years and that they have a really bad track record. But I just, add that to the fact that Mike Vrabel's job isn't necessarily tied into being a credible reporter, and this destroys her credibility more so than it destroys his. It hurts his. It hurts his potentially in the locker room, I think. There's a chance that, some guys, Travion Henderson, some guys don't look at him the same. But, what's really it's going to come down to is how they look next year and what kind of season they have. And Mike Vrabel better hope that team is ready to go and that they get off to a good start and that, people start talking about what a great coach he is again instead of this. And believe me, if they have a great season next year, people will do that. Media will do that. Everybody will do that. That's the way it works. I'm sorry to put it that way. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's how it is. Martin is in Rhode Island. Hey, Martin.
Hey, I enjoy your insights and discussion.
Thank you, Martin.
So much.
Appreciate it.
I, as a dad and as a kid who lied to his dad, I really hate being lied to. And perhaps the weed found in my pocket was not being held for someone else. And I guess
mine either, Martin. That same thing with me. Actually, it wasn't mine. I don't know how it got there.
Right, holding it for a guy.
Right.
I guess I would love for him to be asked. Who were those friends? It seems that they skate on being called out directly, and then secondly, I feel for Diana, but she certainly made her own bed and has presented herself as a sporting gal. If you've ever read Lonesome Dove, then I'll let you respond to that.
Okay, thanks, Martin. I have not read Lonesome Dove. I remember those books came out, and then there was movies. My dad was really into those books. Lonesome Dove, and then there was another one. There was 3 books. I remember 3 summers. All my dad did was read those books. He was really into those books. I think I get the gist, though. I think I know what you're talking about there. Yeah, her reputation. If this was a first-time offense, then it still could have maybe gone this way. But I also think there would have been a lot more people defending her. The fact that there aren't, I think, speaks to the fact that this isn't, well, not the fact, the idea that this isn't her first time. and that this is a reputation that she's pretty well known for in the industry. That's how it comes off anyway. And that's all the time we have here on the Christian Arcand Show. Stick around. I'm sticking around. Mass Mutual pregame show is next here on WEEI.
Greg Hill Show.
Well, to Curtis's point, he said this. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Curtis, but I think you said, "Oh man, I had it right on the top of my head."
It's gonna come to you.
Yeah, I had it.
I know
I lost it.
Before the end of the show, it will come to you.
Yeah, I had it. I lost it.
But it was honestly, it was a great setup.
Did you miss something? Listen to the podcast on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. The Greg Hill Show, morning 6 to 10 on New England Sports Original. WEEI. WEEI.
Contractors, when your clients want a deck that lasts, choose TimberTech from Riverhead Building Supply. With advanced PVC and composite options, you'll deliver real wood looks without the upkeep, plus industry-leading warranties. Ready, proven, trusted. Visit rbscorp.com today.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a bride with commitment issues. You book a nice, safe, reliable hotel. But there's free cancellation just in case. If a nervous bride can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Box scores tell part of the story. Jones and Keith tell the rest.
We break down the lineups, rotations, and pitching decisions, showing you what actually sets the tone for the season.
Every debate, every hot take, every insight comes from voices who live and breathe Boston sports.
Whether you're in the city or listening from somewhere else, you hear how Red Sox fans are actually talking about the team.
Bold, Boston first sports talk for fans who want the complete picture.
Follow and listen to Jones and Keith on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This broadcast is presented by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Now, here's Christian Arcand.
Good evening, Red Sox fans, and welcome into the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Christian Arcand here with you, and it was a night to forget in the Twin Cities for the Red Sox and Garrett Crochet, who entered last night's tilt with the Twins in search of their first 3-game win streak of the season. What they got instead was a beatdown no one saw coming, as Crochet did not make it out of the second inning before Alex Cora came to get him. That damage significant for the big lefty, who struggled with location and velocity last night. And to say the suddenly red-hot Twins were ready for it, that would be an understatement. First inning was the more palatable of the two. Crochet said as much after the game, but it was still ugly. A one-out double for Austin Martin. He advanced to third on a wild pitch. Next batter, Luke Keeschel, doubled Martin home. A Ryan Jeffers single, then plated Keeschel, and then a walk and a hit batsman later. It was shortstop Brooks Lee up with the bases loaded.
Next one is a ground ball on the middle. The shortstop Story dives, but he won't have a play. He loses his glove. The ball is rolling around on the infield. 1 run is in. 2 will score, and you wonder whether Trevor might have hurt himself on that play. A disastrous first inning for Crochet and the Red Sox.
And if you can believe it, things got way worse from there. Staked with a 4-0 lead, Twins starter Bailey Ober held the Sox scoreless through the second inning, and then the Minnesota offense went back to work against Crochet. A leadoff single from Byron Buxton, followed by 2 walks, loaded the bases with nobody out for Ryan Jeffers, who delivered again with an RBI single. Josh Bell then doubled home 2 more runs, making it 7-0. Then with 2 on and nobody out, Victor Caratini stepped to the plate.
The pitch is drilled high and deep. Wow! That is a massive homer to deep left field. Off the bat at Caratini into the second deck. And it is 10-0 Minnesota.
I did not have that on my bingo card today. No. This has just been hard to watch.
Hard to watch indeed, Will Middlebrooks. And yes, that blast from Caratini. Sorry, you're right. That was Lenny, not Middlebrooks. My bad. And that blast from Caratini made it 10-0. That is your play of the game, brought to you by Nissan. Every Nissan is designed for people who refuse to settle for less. So take life by the wheel and drive it like you mean it. Visit NissanUSA.com or your local dealer today. 3 batters later, Ryan Kreidler would take Crochet deep. Another tape measure shot. And then Alex Cora decided he'd seen enough. Crochet exits his final line brutal. 1 2/3 innings, 11 runs, 10 earned, 3 walks, 0 strikeouts. Without a doubt, the worst start of his career, and another pelt on the wall for the Twins, who in the past week have beaten Crochet, Tarek Skubal, and Framber Valdez. Red Sox did cut into the deficit a bit with Jarren Duran's first home run of the year and some RBI singles from Trevor Story, Andrew Monasterio, and Wilyer Abreu, but that's as close as they would get. 13-6 your final. Red Sox dropped their 3rd straight opener. That's the bad news. The good news is Red Sox went on to win the previous 2 series, and they'll look to continue that trend tonight, which brings us to our pitching matchup, brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. For the Red Sox, Sonny Gray getting the ball. He has the 2-0 record and 2.76 ERA, coming off his best start as a member of the Red Sox. 6 1/3 scoreless and a 5-0 win over the Brewers. That was this past Wednesday. Gray allowed just 3 hits, walked 2, and struck out 2, earning his 2nd win of the season. And after a rough first start against the Reds back in March, Gray has put together 2 consecutive quality starts. Tonight, looking to make that 3. Gray pitched 2 seasons with the Twins in 2022 and 2023, and in 2023, that was the best season of his career. He was named to his 3rd All-Star team and finished 2nd in the American League Cy Young race to the Yankees' Garrett Cole. Gray has made 10 starts against the Twins. Numbers aren't very good. 3 wins, 5 losses, a 5.19 ERA in 52 innings. For the Twinkies, it'll be Mick Abel, the right-handed pitcher, with the 0-2 record and 6.08 ERA. Another big righty. Not as big as Bailey Ober, but he's 6'5", 190 out of Portland, Oregon. Bad numbers, but most recent start, very good. 6 scoreless against the Tigers. That was last Thursday. Did not earn a decision. Got tagged for 9 runs on 14 hits combined in his first 2 starts. Abel was drafted by the Phillies in 2020 out of high school, was traded to the Twins for Joan Duran, the Durantula, at the deadline last year, and will be making his 3rd start of the season here tonight. First pitch is at 7:40. First pitch is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all 7s at 617-777-7777. You can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch, by the way. Just follow WEEI. It's brought to you by Subaru of New England. Let love bloom in a 2026 Subaru. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. It's time now for the Baseball Isn't Boring 2-Minute Grill with our own Rob Bradford, presented by McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil, including BioHeat, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. The subject of tonight's Baseball Isn't Boring 2-Minute Grill is Danny Coulombe and what he's learned in his 12 seasons and how he's passing that on to the younger players on this team.
There's no human being on the planet I would be talking to for the McFarland 2-Minute Grill more than Danny Coulombe right now. One of the things I want to ask you about is paying it forward, because I was just watching you talk pitching with somebody. I'm not eavesdropping, I promise, but it must be as gratifying for you to be able to be around younger guys and say, okay, this is what I see, this is what I've learned, and actually you can see guys immersed in the conversations. How much do you like that?
Man, I really enjoy it. I think that just somebody who has experience kind of in every situation in baseball, I told him at one point today that I've been DFA'd 8 times, and, just kind of I've been around the league. I've been in every situation, in leverage and non-leverage, up and down guy, all that. And I think that I've learned a lot of experiences through that game, and I think that just at this point in my career, I just really enjoy getting to help guys kind of curb that learning curve a little bit, especially really talented guys.
So we got to retire with Ryan Watson, Rule 5 guy, but if you had to say, this is maybe too broad a question, but if you had to say, okay, this is the one thing that you have, the baseline thing that you want to, when you're starting a career in the major leagues, that you want to make sure you have locked in, what would it be?
I think it's really two things. I think one is just having confidence in who you are. You're not here by chance. It's you obviously are talented enough to get here. And now, when you get to the big leagues, it's just more of an execution game. Execute at all costs, and don't let anything take away from what truly matters, which is execution.
And then, so just the last thing, for the sort of here and the now, you're pitching as a home player in Fenway Park. It's always a unique thing because of Fenway. So you also a unique thing because I don't know if you know this, two lefties can't warm up at the same time in the bullpen. So what's it been like just in your brief time being a home player at Fenway?
It's a special place, man. Obviously I've come here a lot as a visiting player, and you just have a special, just like, feeling for the history here, and just like, it's the Red Sox, and it's such a unique park. So getting to be here as a home player and just get to have the fans like rally behind you instead of rooting against you is pretty special. And it's been a really awesome experience, and like you can just tell that they genuinely care about their team, which is cool.
Awesome. And you're going back to Minnesota.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. It's a great ballpark, some good food up there, and I've got a lot of friends on that team.
You know what I tried doing once there? I tried taking a slinky to the bleachers in right field. Because I think that's the steepest bleachers. I don't know if you would concur or not.
Yeah, I've ran those bleachers a few times.
Oh, you did?
I have, yes, and I can concur that it's definitely pretty steep.
That is like Rocky IV.
It really is.
All right, thanks, man.
My favorite part of that was the very end. When Bradfo was like, you seen those bleachers? How about dropping a slinky down there? He's like, yeah, I used to run up those bleachers, Bradfo. Maybe try that sometime. Anyway, that was Danny Coulombe and what he's learned in 12 seasons there with Rob Bradford. Slinky enthusiast Rob Bradford here on the 2-Minute Grill. Coming up in 15 minutes, the fellows from WEEI Afternoons, that'd be Ted Johnson, Andy Hart, and Nick Fitzy-Stevens, who are awfully saucy today. They sat down with Alex Cora, brought to you by our New England Ford dealers. Ford, the official vehicle of that dirty water and the official vehicle of Major League Baseball. But coming up next, we will head out to Target Field and talk with our own Lenny Dinardo. That's coming up next here on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a merman. You find a beach resort for your mer family with a plunge pool, a wave pool, and yoga. What? Mermen do yoga too. If a merman can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Some crimes are so shocking, they don't just make headlines, they forever change our society. I'm Katie Ring, host of America's Most Infamous Crimes. Each week, I take on one of the most notorious criminal cases. Each case unfolds across multiple episodes, released every Tuesday through Thursday, from the first sign that something was wrong to the moment the truth came out or didn't. Listen to and follow America's Most Infamous Crimes on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
It's breakfast time at the McGee Manor, folks. Jenny goes in for the oat milk.
Dad.
Ooh, a rare spill from McGee.
Jimmy, he's doing it again.
Jimmy steps up to the plate. Will it be a clean sweep?
It's baseball season, isn't it? Perfect.
He goes for a hash brown, and that tater is gone.
Along with my appetite.
New season, same spirit, on and off the field. Mass Mutual, official partner of the Red Sox. Learn more at massmutual.com/Red Sox.
You're listening to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Christian Arcand here with you as the Red Sox and the Twins play the middle game of this 3-game set out at Target Field. And let's head out to Target Field right now and talk with our own big lefty, Lenny Dinardo. And you know what the topic's going to be tonight, Lenny, as we're all still kind of reeling from what we saw there from Garrett Crochet. At what point did you realize he just didn't have it last night?
Big lefty. I don't. You see the players these days? I'm nowhere near the size of some of these guys.
True, that's a good point.
But to get to your question, though, you know what? It's multi-factored, right? This is a team in Minnesota that have great game planning. They've taken it to Framber Valdez, Skubal. They face lefties well. You have some guys in that lineup that were with Houston, who didn't, who said they had something on Crochet. Seems to be. I'm not sure if they had a tell last night, but their game planning to me was they're turning and burning on that fastball in the inner half. Everything Crochet throws basically goes glove side into the righties. They were waiting for that fastball. They weren't biting on any breaking balls. That was kind of a head scratcher for me because he's got a late breaking cutter. He's got a sweeper that has a ton of movement, and they just weren't biting after it. Every time they got a fastball inner half, they got the barrel to it. So to me, looks like good game planning. His fastball was down about a mile an hour, a little over a mile an hour. He threw 107 pitches the outing before. I'm not sure if that was a factor, but everybody's assuring us that he's healthy. So yeah, it's just one of those days where you go out, you don't have it. Everybody has those days, and the plan is to figure out what went wrong, make adjustments, and get back after it.
Everyone is a shy. I heard Cora after the game. I heard Crochet. Everyone saying, no, it's fine. Everything's fine. Tanner Houck last year. You remember that game, Lenny? I think it was against Tampa. He gave up 11 runs. 2 days later, he's on the IL, and he never came off it. The velocity's down. The location wasn't there. If he it's sort of all the factors that go into a guy potentially hiding an injury, right?
Yeah, I hate to speculate. When I say velocity's down, he was averaging this year, 96.1. It's down to 94.9, so talking about a mile an hour. That's not that significant. But location, that's the biggest factor. His location from game one this season all the way through yesterday just hasn't been pinpoint. It's not where he'd like it to be, and I feel like that's the biggest factor. When you're locating, and if you're Garrett Crochet and you're 75% effective, you're going to have a possibility to win a ball. You're going to give your team a chance to win, and yesterday it was just he did not have anything. I said this before, but if you take a cross-section of 5 games for any big leaguer, and this is going to be outstanding, where guys just leave your bats in the dugout, you don't have a chance. One of those is going to be terrible, where you're not going to get out of the second inning. That was yesterday, and the other 3 you're going to have to battle a little bit. A few things you're going to have to go your way. Offense is clicking, the defense takes care of you. You get a little bit of luck as far as the weather, whatever it is. Those 3 outings, the best pitchers in the league, they convert those into wins. The pitchers that aren't upper echelon, that aren't that great, they just don't get it done. They convert to losses. Garrett Crochet converts those to wins 99% of the time. But yesterday was his battle day where he just did not have it. He's a human being. He's loud. You just don't want it to be something other than that, basically. So we'll see what happens in 5 days when he toes the rubber again, and that'll kind of be a definitive answer at that point.
Lenny, this might be a dumb question because you pulled him after an inning and 2/3, but did Cora leave him in too long?
No, you got to give him a chance to go out there and make an adjustment. Solely, the bullpen's going to be crushed. And yesterday they did a good job. A few guys went out there, gave 2 innings apiece, a little over 2 innings. But you want to go out and let him go out and try to dig out of his own hole if he can. And he got to a point where it just wasn't happening. And what a killer to the ERA. It just more than doubled from 3 to 7 something. But you want to give Garrett Crochet especially the chance to go out there and try to make adjustments, to go out there and compete and figure some things out. Because if you pull him right away, he's not going to be happy about that because he wants to go out there and compete. He wants to figure things out, and you got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, well, hopefully that's not a performance we ever see again from him.
I
don't think so. I certainly hope not. Sonny Gray going tonight could be his 3rd straight quality start here if he's able to throw like he did in the previous 2 starts. What have you sort of noticed and observed from him so far in his early days as a Boston Red Sox?
I feel like he's pitching to contact. You look at his resume, he's been a strikeout machine throughout his career with 200 punch-outs in the 2 previous seasons, but the punch-outs just quite haven't been there. He's getting them, but I like the fact that he's pitching to contact. He's getting the ball on the ground, let the defense take care of it. His first outing for the Red Sox, he had 5 strikeouts, then 3, and then 2, but I liked the last 2 because he went 6+. The 5 strikeout outing, he only went 4 innings. So, if he's going to be economical out there, he's going to have to use his defense, pitch to contact, let that movement do its thing. With a 6-pitch mix, he goes out there and gets it done. He's got 2 pitches that go glove side, 2 pitches that go arm side. The fastball still plays, so I want to see him go out there and compete today and give us a little bit of what we saw last week.
Also had some questionable defense in that game last night, which can affect any pitcher, Lenny, as I'm sure you've experienced. But between Caleb Durbin with the infield in, Trevor Story, that passed ball, which wasn't really, I didn't think a passed ball at all, there in the first inning, this team defensively still seems to be figuring a lot of things out. When do you suppose that's going to turn, or do you think it will?
You know what? I feel like they're better defensively than what we've seen so far. You know, early on this season, it was shaky, right? You know, it's like 10 errors in a 7-game period, and they've committed 2 over the last 5 games. So, you know, they're kind of looked at under a microscope right now in front of defense, because that's a big part of what's going to help them be successful. You know, if the pitchers are going to go deep, and we always talk about pitching to contact, the defense has to be able to catch it and throw it. So, you know, they're finding their way. You've got a youngster at third base. Contreras at first base has just been an absolute vacuum cleaner over there. You know, there's been some bad luck too. You know, Trevor Story going deep into the hole and trying to glove flip that ball. You know, did his best to make a play, didn't happen. But you know, I think they're going to be better defensively than they have been in the past few seasons. But you know what? There's a lot of game to be played.
Certainly. As far as the offense is concerned, they've looked pretty good here lately. Cora's been making some tweaks, obviously, dropping guys in the line. What do you think's worked and not worked so far here in these early seasons?
They're making adjustments overall as a team. You know, they're hitting well with runners in scoring position, which has been something over the past few seasons they've really had trouble with. The game plan as far as seeing more pitches, getting into deeper counts, taking your walks, and the approach as far as hitting the ball towards center field, toward the opposite direction, that's only going to allow them to stay on pitches. And when they do get an inside pitch, they're going to turn on it. When everything's pull, it's so easy as a pitcher to pull the string, to focus on the outer half, and to get them on the front foot for weak contact. So if they stay on the ball and continue to work their way up the middle, you know, they're going to be fine.
Yeah, I certainly had my doubts about Caleb Durbin up there in the 2-hole. It seems like he's doing okay there. Trevor Story dropped out of that spot, seems to be hitting a lot better. What is it about a guy's approach that can really, in Trevor Story's case in particular, this is not a young player. He's been in the league a long time, just could not figure it out in the 2-hole and now is thriving lower in the lineup. What goes into that?
Well, you know, first, I hate saying this, and I don't say it often, but hitting's hard. It is hard. It's difficult, and adjustments are hard to come by when you're seeing guys. You know, one day you're going to see 95 with movement, or you're going to see a guy like Abel yesterday that just had a sick changeup, making the ball move glove side, arm side, changing speeds, 6'9" with a 94 percentile as far as extension out front. Hitting's hard, right? Making adjustments can be difficult, and I feel like overall this offense has done a good job as far as making adjustments game to game, at bat to at bat, inning to inning, what have you. So, you know, is a broad spectrum kind of, you know, look at the offense. I feel like just if they stay up the middle, they're going to stay on all balls. Inside, outside, down the middle. That's going to help them stay on all the balls. As far as changeups too, breaking balls. And you talk to Trevor Story, and that's the first thing he'll tell you. If I'm staying inside the baseball, if I'm driving it the other way, my approach overall, covering the whole plate, is that much better. But the number one rule of hitting, and everybody knows this that knows anything about baseball, is get a good pitch to hit. If you're too aggressive early, you're going to start to see pitchers throwing backwards or pitching backwards to you. You know, breaking balls, changeups, not necessarily coming in the zone because they don't have to. They know you're swinging from the get-go. So see the count, see the ball deeper into counts. Don't necessarily be aggressive, but when you do get your fastball, that's the pitch you got to go out and do damage. That's what the Twins did yesterday to Garrett Crochet. They got their fastballs, they were ready for it, and they sold out on it.
Yeah, and they labeled some of them. I mean, really, you don't see him get hit like that hardly ever. Lenny Dinardo, great stuff as always. Look forward to the call of the game tonight. Hopefully it's a better one.
Yeah, same here. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, Lenny. That is Lenny Dinardo. Being modest there, our big lefty, here on the broadcast alongside Will Fleming. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Coming up next, the fellas from WEEI Afternoons, Ted Johnson, Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy-Stevens sat down with Alex Cora. That's presented by your New England Ford dealers. And that's next here on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a parent with teens. You find a spacious vacation home where you can all be together, if they want, and a private sauna, if they don't. If an eager parent can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Not in Boston doesn't mean you can't follow the Sox like a local.
The Greg Hill Show goes beyond the national headlines, breaking down lineups, pitching decisions, and roster moves the way someone in the dugout might see. Follow The Greg Hill Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
You love baseball season. Window Nation lives for the other 4 seasons, too. Window Nation's premium seals and top quality materials mean the cold New England winters are kept outside. Your expensive summer AC stays inside, and they easily open for those nice spring and fall days. So while the Red Sox are playing towards a winning season, you'll be winning no matter what the season. And as the official replacement window of the Boston Red Sox, when you get a consultation with your local Boston pros, ask how you can get Red Sox tickets. Visit windownation.com now to get started.
Headed to Fenway? Visit the Red Sox team store on Jersey Street and shop for the largest selection of hats, t-shirts, and sweatshirts for all fans, including kids, women, and men. Check out their new City Connect designs of hoodies, t-shirts, and hats. Need a unique gift? Don't forget, there's game-used memorabilia for your biggest fans. Visit the Red Sox team store, open 7 days a week, online at 19jerseystreet.com, or call 1-800-FENWAY-9. The Red Sox team store for all your fan gear.
You do it all. So why not get all the electrolytes? Hydrate better than water with new Gatorade Lower Sugar. Now with no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors, and 75% less sugar than regular Gatorade. New to the fridge, all the Gatorade electrolytes you love. Gatorade Lower Sugar. Is it in you? Now available nationwide.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't, and you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
This is Alex Cora. You are listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Christian Arcand here with you as the Red Sox and the Twins play the middle game of this 3-game set out in the Twin Cities. And before every game, we interview Red Sox manager Alex Cora. Alex Cora on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Ford, the official vehicle of that dirty water and the official vehicle of Major League Baseball. Here with the manager Alex Cora is the trio from WEEI Afternoons, Ted Johnson, Nick Fitzy-Stevens, and Andy Hart.
Alex, how we doing this week?
Doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're good, thanks. We got to start with last night's game, and obviously that performance from Garrett Crochet, one of the strangest things I've witnessed. Just nothing was working. You had to pull him in the second inning. Was it hard for you to watch from the dugout, and how do you explain that start?
Yeah, it's very hard. As a manager, like, man, just take him early, and then see what happens. But at the same time, you still have to manage the rest of the series, right? And at that point, it's kind of like how many outs he can give us, right, regardless of the score. But then that second inning happened, and we had to pull him out. And then the bullpen did a good job, kind of like help us survive as far as like innings. And we're still ready for today and tomorrow. As far as like Garrett, you see the first inning, and ground ball over the third base, 2 ground balls, a base hit up the middle, a bloop single to left. That's part of baseball, right? Guys are going to have an approach. They're going to put the ball in play, and sometimes you're going to run into bad luck. But the second inning wasn't bad luck. They put some good at-bats. There were some walks involved. Command was off. The sweeper wasn't part of it. And, credit to the Twins, too. They have faced Skubal, Framber, Crochet, and they have done an amazing job the last 7 or 10 days. And we just have to be better.
Real quick, can I follow up on that? You mentioned it. Those stats have been making the rounds on social media. Framber and Skubal and Crochet and 22 runs, I think, allowed and all of that. Is there something to that? Is there something going on in Minnesota? Like, how do you explain great pitchers struggling so badly in Minnesota?
I think, I had a conversation with my brother. He's a third base coach for the Tigers. And, they played at Minnesota more than us during the season, of course. And he mentioned that the approach is different. They have a new hitting group here. They were very precise. If you look at the video, they were hunting inside. They got some pitches to hit. They didn't miss them, but they lay off pitches in the outside part of the plate. And it's game planning, to be honest with you. They're really good. I've been watching the last 10 days. They went to Toronto. They faced 2 lefties. They hit him hard. I think Scherzer too. So credit to them. It's a new program, a new manager. And so far, they've done an amazing job.
Alex, I'm just curious. A game after a game like that from Crochet, you just didn't see that coming at all. I mean, is that a performance that you feel like you got to go talk to him? Hey, man, is he feeling pressure? Do you talk to him about pressure or expectations after a game like that, or you just don't approach him at all? He let the kid figure it out.
No.
How does that work?
No. There's a lot of people working right now, watching video and the in and outs of the outing, right? Looking at his mechanics and trying to make adjustments. But he talked to me yesterday, and he walked me through the outing. And what I try to do, regardless of the results, I don't watch right after the game because the emotions are going high, and the human element comes into play. So this morning, I start watching the game and thinking about what he said and the pitches that he felt that were good. There were some that were good, the others not so great. So, he'll get back to work. He has Sunday against Detroit, obviously a good team, and we expect him to bounce back.
To go back to Crochet for a minute, one of the questions he was asked about last night was his velocity, average velocity being down a mile per hour or so. And he's not the only one. If you look at some of these numbers, Bayo, Whitlock, Chapman are all down a mile per hour, almost 2 miles per hour early in the season. Is that a concern for any of those guys? Is that just early in the season? How do you explain that?
No, from my end with Garrett, there's something coming to the season. I started thinking about Chris Sale, right, after, 300 punch-outs in 17 and in 18. We were very careful with him early on. And then around May, he kind of like got his velocity back, and then he took off. And it's very similar. Last year was a different year for Garrett. And, not only on the field, but off the field, right? Having a kid, that changes a lot as far as like your schedule, right? And there's a lot of new stuff in his life. And I'm not using that as an excuse for the kid to struggle yesterday, but you guys know, you have to make adjustments. And I do believe we're going to get to the point that the velo is going to get to where it's supposed to be. But in the meantime, we have to execute better pitches, go to the locations that we want to. And if he does that, he's going to be fine. He had the tough one in Houston. In between that, he did a good job in Cincinnati. He pitched well against Milwaukee. So I expect him to go Sunday and do a good job against the Tigers.
Alex, where are you at with Trevor's story? There was a time last year where he just went through a kind of a dreadful period as well at the plate. He's going through it now, 22 strikeouts, only 1 walk, so he's not even getting on base. Just where are you at with him? Because he's an everyday player.
That's not a good sign. The too many strikeouts, 1 walk, and he knows it. I think in Cincinnati, not in Cincinnati, in St. Louis, he did a good job using the whole field. Yesterday, he hit a ball up the middle, a ground ball, and he knows it. When he uses the right center gap, that's when he's at his best. Early on, the first 10 games, he was very pull happy, chasing pitches up in the zone, down in the zone, and away. And that's a tough way to live, right, as a hitter. So just get back to backtrack the ball, hit it hard to the right center gap, and when he starts doing that, good things happen.
Alex, what can you tell us about right-handed pitcher Jack Anderson, who's being called up to replace Oviedo, who is now making his way to the 60-day IL?
Yeah, this is a situation we needed to do, a move we needed to do, of course, what happened yesterday. So just bringing him in here to give us multiple innings in case we are way ahead or something like yesterday happens with Sonny. So good fastball, good command. He pitched in the WBC for Great Britain. I do believe he started that game against Team USA. So he's been doing a good job. The last one was really good for Worcester. So, happy that he's going to be here and he's going to be a big leaguer.
Alex, along the way here with some of these lineup changes, you've had a few different guys in the 2-hole. Yoshida was there. Now Durbin is there. Why is Caleb Durbin the best guy for the 2 spot? And do you foresee that being his role with this team?
No, I think it's more about the opposition. You take a look at the bullpens and how many lefties they have, who's available. And we're trying to do our best to split up our lefties. As you guys know, we have a lot of them. So just to make sure, we split them up, and then to jump into an opportunity to use one of them late in games, And I think, Caleb, of course, the numbers are the numbers, but yesterday was a good game for him. Since Saturday, he's been on base, I think it's 6 times. So just put a good at bat. That's what we're trying to accomplish here with him. Don't chase pitches, just play the game, minute second, hit the ball hard the other way, advance the runners, and minute third, drive him in. So it's more about what they have in the bullpen and what we're trying to do with our lineup instead of just numbers.
Alex, you got in your 6 wins, your 6 starting pitchers went 6 or more innings. So is that just that simple? That's the formula, or is you need your pitchers right now to go long, and that's how you win games. But it's not going to be that way the whole season. So, but just your thoughts on 6 wins, your starting pitching going 6 innings or more.
I mean, if we pitch, we're going to win a lot of games. But at the same time, I think offensively, the last 3 days have been pretty solid, right? We've taken our walks, we're running the bases well, hitting the ball all over the place. So offensively, we're going to be better than the first 10 games, 12 games, or whatever it was, But as you guys know, we have a good rotation. We have a good bullpen. We pitch. We play good defense. We're going to be okay.
Yeah, and finally, Teddy sort of alluded to the last couple of things I was interested in. 3 straight games with 6+ runs is always a good sign, whether preferably in victory as opposed to defeat. But good starts from Bayo and Suarez over the weekend. Sonny Gray looks like he's righted the ship. Is this around where you wanted these guys or expected these guys to be as plus members of the rotation?
Yeah, I believe their track record speaks for themselves, right? Sonny has done it before. Bayo had a solid season last year. I know he didn't pitch well in September and that game in October. And Suarez, he's done it before. So, we will pitch. We will pitch. And that's something we talk about in the off season and something that we have to do. And, the last time through the rotation was good. Obviously, yesterday, that happened. I don't think that's going to happen very often. That's the last guy I'm worried about. But just be consistent, give us 5, 6, and we should be okay.
All right, Alex, good luck tonight. Appreciate you joining us, and we'll talk to you next week.
See you guys next week.
That was the manager, Alex Cora, with the trio from WEEI Afternoons, Nick Fitzy-Stevens, Andy Hart, and Ted Johnson. You can watch Red Sox pregame on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. It's brought to you by Subaru. Let love bloom in a 2026 Subaru. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Still to come here on the Mass Mutual pregame show, we got your starting lineups. We'll take a look around the New England scoreboard update, Subaru of New England scoreboard, and also we will have our Interlock Metal Roofing lock of the game. That's all coming up next here on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a bride with commitment issues. You book a nice, safe, reliable hotel. But there's free cancellation just in case. If a nervous bride can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Every Nissan Frontier is battle-tested. Its frame is twisted. Its door slammed 13,920 times. And its bed drop-tested over and over. We do all that to the V6-powered Frontier, so you never have to hold back. Nissan, ranked #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
This Mother's Day, give her something she'll truly use and absolutely love. Minky Couture blankets are the perfect mix of beauty, comfort, and luxury. From elegant neutrals to spring florals, there's a style just for her. Say thank you with softness that lasts far beyond the day. She deserves it. MinkyCouture.com, the original best blanket ever.
Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
You do it all. So why not get all the electrolytes? Hydrate better than water with new Gatorade Lower Sugar. Now with no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors. And 75% less sugar than regular Gatorade. New to the fridge. All the Gatorade electrolytes you love. Gatorade Lower Sugar. Is it in you? Now available nationwide.
Hi, it's Will Fleming here, and Boston weather is relentless. The ice, the snow, the summer humidity. Your home's exterior can take a beating. What if your siding was made to stand strong through it all? Hardy Fiber Cement Siding is engineered for our climate. It resists cracking in the freezing cold and won't swell in the summer heat. You get the timeless beauty of wood with lasting protection and low maintenance. Your home deserves the #1 brand of siding in North America. Learn more at jameshardy.com. That's jameshardy.com.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Christian Arcand here with you as the Red Sox and the Twins play game 2 of 3 at Target Field in Minneapolis. Sonny Gray and Mick Abel is your starting pitching matchup. And with that, it's time now for tonight's starting lineups, which is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm. So let's meet tonight's players for the Red Sox. Leading off in left field, yes, back in left field for the first time since that Brewer series, is Roman Anthony. He'll be followed by Caleb Durbin in the 2 spot, playing third base. Masataka Yoshida will DH and bat third. He'll be followed by the cleanup hitter, Wilson Contreras, at first. Wilyer Abreu batting 5th in right field. He'll be followed by Trevor Story at short. Batting 7th tonight is the center fielder Jarren Duran, who scored his first home run of the year last night in that loss. Carlos Narvaez will bat 8th and do the catching. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa getting the start at second base and batting 9th behind the starter, Sonny Gray. For the Twins, leading off is Byron Buxton in center field. He had his first home run of 2026 last night as well. Trevor Larnach will bat second and play left field. He'll be followed by Luke Keeschel at second base. Josh Bell will bat cleanup and DH. Matt Wallner is your right fielder and number 5 hitter. He'll be followed by Victor Caratini, whose home run broke the thing open last night and gave the Twins a 10-0 lead in the second inning. Cody Clemens will bat seventh and play first base. He'll be followed by the red-hot Brooks Lee at shortstop, batting eighth. He has RBI in 5 straight games, does Brooks Lee, and batting ninth and playing third base is Tristan Gray behind the starter, the righty Mick Abel. It's time for a Subaru of New England scoreboard update with so much to love. You don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Learn more at SubaruofNewEngland.com. A bunch of games in progress right now, and we're going to start in the Bronx, where the Yankees, off to a tough start, Ryan Weathers retired the first batter he saw and then gave up back-to-back home runs. Mike Trout, Joe Adell, and Jorge Soler each teeing off on the starter Ryan Weathers, who was out of the inning, but not without giving up 3 runs very early on here. Yankees coming up. If you remember last night, Judge and Trout going back and forth with home runs, so maybe this one's not quite over yet, but a tough start there for the Yankees and their starter. And again, just absolutely breaks my heart. Bottom of the third inning in Baltimore, the Orioles up 1-0 on the D-backs. Sam Basayo with a home run, his third of the year, a tape measure shot, 431 feet. The Phillies currently enjoying a 3-1 lead over the Cubs. That was Edmundo Sosa with a 3-run home run, a 442-footer. The home runs are really coming on here lately in the last couple of days. For the Phillies there, they lead 3-1 over the Cubs. The Royals up 1-0 over the Tigers. That game heading into the bottom of the third inning at Comerica. Giants and the Reds scoreless, headed to the bottom of the third at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. Early on, the Pirates trailing the Nationals 3-1 in the bottom of the first inning there in Pittsburgh, and the Marlins and the Braves scoreless in the top of the first inning. Still to come tonight, we have a bunch of games to tell you about there as well, like a 7:40 start time at Rate Field for the Rays and the White Sox. It'll be Shane McClanahan and Noah Schultz, your starters there. Tampa looking for their 3rd straight win. At American Family Field in Milwaukee, the Blue Jays visiting the Brewers. Kevin Gossman and Jacob Mizorowski will be the starters there. The Brewers really going through it right now. They've lost 5 in a row. A 7:45 start time in St. Louis for the Guardians and the Cardinals. Joey Cantillo and Michael McGreevy, your starters there. Cardinals trying to avoid their 4th straight loss. An 8:10 start time at Dyken Park in Houston. Rockies and the Astros. Michael Lorenzen and Colton Gordon, your starters. And the Astros really searching for answers. They're the coldest team in the league. An 8-game losing skid. That is a league high right now. Rockies not doing good either. They've lost 4 in a row, so something's got to give there. A 9:40 start time in San Diego, Petco Park, Mariners and Padres. Good pitching matchup here. Brian Wu and Michael King. Padres have won 5 in a row. Mariners working on a 4-game win streak. Something also we'll have to give there. And, of course, it's Sutter Health Park tonight. The Rangers and the A's, Mackenzie Gore and Jeffrey Springs, your starting pitchers, and a 10:10 start time at Dodger Stadium for the Mets and the Dodgers. Nolan McLean and Yoshinobu Yamamoto will be your starting pitchers. The Mets are ice cold right now. They've lost 6 in a row, and that is the 2nd longest losing streak in the majors, second only to the Houston Astros. It is time now for the Interlock Metal Roofing Lock of the Game. It's presented by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com and never re-roof again. So I was kind of torn here because I was just so desperately wrong last night about how I thought that game would go. We all were. No one expected that. So here's what I'm going for here tonight. The over-under is 8 runs. I do think Sonny Gray has been pitching well lately. I expect him to have a good enough game tonight, but I still think that these two teams, the way they're hitting the ball right now, are going to go over 8 runs. So there's your lock of the game. Over 8 runs. Take it, leave it. Listen, I know that was a tough one last night. I did not cover myself in glory with that one either, but hey, neither did the Red Sox, and certainly neither did Garrett Crochet. And with that, you've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Hang tight. Do not move a muscle, as we got Lenny Dinardo and Will Fleming standing by. Red Sox are in action next, right here on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show. Mass Mutual. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a musical-obsessed couple. You book a dazzling hotel in the Big Apple, 5 stars, with a balcony for your big solo. If Broadway buffs can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Hi, I'm PJ Vogt, and I want to tell you about my podcast, Search Engine. We try to make sense of the world, one question at a time. No question too big, no question too small. We will even answer your questions if you send them in. Stuff like, what happens when a cemetery goes out of business? What should we do about teens using AI to do their homework? Who buys luggage at the airport luggage store? Follow and listen to Search Engine in partnership with Odyssey, wherever you get your podcasts.
Blowing ad budget on metrics that look great till the CFO sees them, that's bull spend. And marketers are calling it out in Dashboard Confessions.
I remember telling my boss, it'll be good for the brand, when leads were slow. Yeah, it wasn't.
Cut the bull spend. LinkedIn lets you target by company, job title, and more. Advertise on LinkedIn. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a $250 credit. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply.
There's nothing like my American Express Platinum card. I love that I can earn hotel credits when I travel. I can also earn Resi credits, so you know I'm hitting the restaurants everyone's talking about. Plus, with the digital entertainment credit, I'm even more excited to catch my favorite shows. All in all, I can access over $3,500 in annual value with benefits and eligible purchases across travel, entertainment, and more. Learn more at americanexpress.com/explore-platinum. Enrollment requirements, monthly and other limits and terms apply.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple AI.
On Aspire with Emma Grede, I sit down with people who don't just dream big, they build big. From Mark Cuban to Mel Robbins, we talk about mindset, ambition, and the work that actually moves the needle. Listen to Aspire with me, Emma Grede, an Odyssey podcast available now.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action. This is Red Sox Baseball.
Can you believe it?
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
It is gone! Say, Doug! Say good night! Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over! And the Red Sox win! Jump on his back, fellas! The Red Sox win!
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. Subaru of New England. Don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event.
23-year-old Trey Buchholz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Nissan. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com. Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining. Arbella. Here for good. By Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Morgan & Morgan. America's largest injury law firm. Ford Trucks. Official truck of the Boston Red Sox. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. 110 Grill. Visit any of their 33 locations all throughout New England. McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services.
Way back by the wall. Off the wall. The Red Sox win.
Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. TimberTech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit timbertech.com. Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig.
Way back. Grand slam.
Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com and never re-roof again. North Shore Adult Diapers. For even the heaviest control problems, visit NorthShore.com. Veterinary Emergency Group. Sponsored by Veg. ER for Pets. The official emergency veterinarian group of Red Sox Radio. Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Will Fleming and Lenny Dinardo.
Good evening and welcome to Target Field in the heart of downtown Minneapolis on a wonderfully pleasant early spring evening where the Red Sox hope to turn the tides a little bit after an amazing and unexpected opener here that saw the Red Sox ace Garrett Crochet get hit so hard tonight. They will hand the baseball to a man who is very familiar with this town and with the uniform on the home side, Sonny Gray, who had 2 great seasons here and has really pitched well for the Red Sox. Takes the ball for Alex Cora. Meantime, Derek Shelton and the Twins counter with Mick Abel, a guy they brought over in the Johan Duran trade. He's got huge stuff, big, long frame. It's been sort of spotty for him in the early going, but coming off a solid start his last time. So the Red Sox and the Twins, game 2 of a 3-game series, along with Lenny Dinardo. I'm Will Fleming, and Lenny, can't be worse than last night, and I do agree with you that it seems to me everything starts and finishes tonight with Sonny Gray.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team built on run prevention. We've seen what this squad can do when the starters go 6 or more innings. Sonny's done that the past 2 outings, and he's relied on the ground ball. Right, this is a guy historically over the past 14 seasons has been a big-time strikeout guy. The past 2 seasons, 200 or more strikeouts. He's averaging 5.5 right now in the short sample size that we have. But you know what? You can. This is how you get it done. Go deep into games. I don't care if you strike out 1 million guys. You got to go deep into games. The easiest way to do that is put the ball on the ground. That's what he's been doing.
It's fascinating to me what you're talking about, Lenny, because to your point, this is a dude who has struck out 200 or more in consecutive seasons. That puts him in really rarefied company in big league baseball. That has not been the case. I, for one, think the cold weather, the inability to grip the ball and spin it has been a huge thing, because when Sonny's at his best, he is missing bats with spin.
Absolutely. And his average over the 14 seasons is 9 strikeouts per game, per 9 innings. And this is a guy that was 10 last year, 11 the year before. So 5.5 is absolutely going to go up. He's got an elite breaking ball. The spin rate is some of the best in the league, right? And his fastball, 92, 93, that average is absolutely going to go up throughout the season when it gets warmer.
Meantime, if the Red Sox can hang their hat on anything, they're not happy with their record. They come in 6-10. The Minnesota Twins, one of the surprise teams in all of baseball, they're 10-7. That's the most wins in the American League. But if the Red Sox can lean on anything, Lenny, we've seen something building on this road trip, and it's an overall offensive approach that has looked good. I thought Alex Cora made a great point before the game today. It's not easy to hit when it's 11-0, and I thought he was even more of a credit to this young group that they sort of hung with this approach they're trying to develop day by day.
Yeah, I mean, the offense is absolutely something you hang your hat on. This is a team that last night was 5 for 11 with runners in scoring position. You're seeing these guys starting to put it together. Caleb Durbin last night had his 2nd multi-hit game. Trevor Story trying to use the opposite field approach. You know, for a team that's not going to hit 1 million home runs, they're making that adjustment where they're starting to find their identity, using the big parts of the field. They're going to pitch. They are going to pitch, and they can piece together 6 runs like they have in the past 3 games. They have the capability to win a lot of ball games.
We'll get you the national anthem in just a moment. Before we do it, before the windows close for people, I'm telling you, Wilson Contreras had one of the most spectacular batting practices I've ever watched. And it's not full pull. He was not just trying to launch. He went left field, center field, right field, one missile after another. So if you're trying to get a little extra edge in this game, maybe a little bet on Mr. Contreras, because I think he looked great this week, and I think he might go off.
He's been an absolute on-base machine. He's been a battery pack for this Red Sox clubhouse, and we're standing there on the field prior to coming up here, and Will Middlebrook's on the field. He's like, watch this. Every time Contreras hits a ball, goes yard and pull side, he always drives the next pitch to the opposite field. I love that. There's not just swinging for the fence. He's trying to use all fields, even in batting practice, so we can cover all sides of the plate.
You watch most guys do it, and it's impressive when they just stay inside and line balls to right field. He was hitting them into the seats to right.
He's strong. He is a strong guy.
It was very fun to watch. It is now, though, time for our national anthem, which is brought to you by Ace Ticket. Ace Ticket always has the best deals on the Red Sox and on all your favorites in sports and entertainment. Visit aceticket.com or call 1-800-MY-SEATS. Target Field, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Red Sox and the Twins. Ramon Vasquez brings the lineup card out for the Sox. We'll get to that in just a moment. But the injury report today was not good. It's brought to you by CVS. CVS knows that where you get your medicine matters. That's why CVS is by your side right when you need them most. Welcome to CVS, the official pharmacy of the Red Sox, as Mick Abel leads the Twins out onto the field. Quickly, Lenny, Cutter Crawford has got an elbow issue. They're calling it for now soreness, a strain, but for a guy who could be so important, it's very discouraging to hear that.
Yeah, you hate hearing that. Anything with the elbow is always kind of, you cringe, because he's dealt with so much. He's been snake bit the past couple seasons. Hopefully with a little bit of a rest, they can kind of revisit and see exactly what's going on. There's no indication that he's in shutdown mode, but they're trying to figure out what the issue is and then going from there.
All right, Lenny, how about tonight's starting lineups?
All right, it's time for the Morgan & Morgan starting lineups, brought to you by America's largest injury firm. So let's meet tonight's players. Batting first for the Red Sox, Roman Anthony in left field. At second, Caleb Durbin playing third base. Batting third, Masataka Yoshida at DH. Batting fourth, Wilson Contreras at first base. Batting fifth, Wilyer Abreu, he's in right field. Batting sixth, Trevor Story at shortstop. Batting seventh, Jaron Duran in center field. Batting eighth, Carlos Narvaez, he's catching. And batting ninth, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, he'll be at second base. And for the Minnesota Twins, Byron Buxton leading off in center field. Batting second, Trevor Larnach, at left field. Batting third, Luke Keyshaw playing second base. Batting fourth, Josh Bell, he'll be DH. Batting fifth, Matt Wallner in right field. Batting sixth, Victor Caratini, he'll be doing the catching. Batting seventh, Cody Clemens playing first base. Batting eighth, Brooks Lee, he'll be a shortstop. And batting ninth, Tristan Gray at third base.
And some discouraging news on the Red Sox, Tristan, too. Casas there officially calling it an abdominal strain for the big left-handed first baseman. So who knows when or if we'll see Casas this year. All focus, though, for tonight and for the short and long term is on this ball club and this night here in Minneapolis. Roman Anthony is set to lead it off, as Lenny told you, against Mick Abel, who is a massive man, 6'5", 212 pounds. He's just 24 years old. As we told you, came over in the deal for Yohan Duran, drafted by the Phillies, came up through their minor league system, and they have big hopes for him. Great natural stuff so far, though, Lenny. He's not put it together.
Yeah, he's got a big fastball. The secondary stuff plays as well. A lot of depth to his breaking ball. But so far this season, the walks have kind of gotten him. He's got 10 walks per 13 strikeouts. And that's not a good ratio. So be patient if you're the Red Sox lineup. Go out there and get a decent pitch to hit and don't go outside the strike zone.
Well, Roman definitely did that last night. He walked twice and hit the ball all over the place with authority. League leaders brought to you by AZEC Exteriors. The leaders in exterior trim moldings. We'll get you caught up on Ben Rice and all the top American League hitters as we go along. But here now is Roman. Abel throws, and Roman takes a ball. Down and in. 6:40, right on time. 63 degrees, time and temp, brought to you by Plymouth Rock. Lance Barrett's got the plate tonight. 1-0. Roman takes another ball outside, and it's 2-0. Malachi Moore at first, Alfonso Marquez, the crew chief at second, and William Traynor, who I thought was really impressive behind the plate last night. He's at third. See if Roman is patient or not right here. 2-0. The pitch is a strike at the bottom of the zone. I think Roman's frustrated by that a little bit. That looked like it might have missed on the bottom of the zone, but in their mind, too early to challenge, and it's 2-1. Next one to Anthony is another strike. Now that looked like it was right there with a good changeup, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, you go 2-0. You don't want to swing at anything but your pitch in your zone. That was right at the bottom of the zone, a pitcher's pitch. Came back with a changeup, middle.
Roman drove the ball to all fields and walked twice yesterday. The 2-2 is a ground ball on the right side. Handled quite easily there by Keishel. Goes to first. Another ground ball by Roman. That's been a problem so far this year, and there's one away.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of ground balls to second base to Roman. Just seems to be just off a little bit timing-wise. It was nice to see him hit the ball in the air yesterday. Got on base 4 times.
So one down. And they're now Caleb Durbin. Right-handed hitter. Couple knocks yesterday. Tapping that left toe. The pitch is a check swing foul above the Twins' first base dugout. Told you time and temp brought to you by Plymouth Rock. Auto and home insurance made for Boston sports fans. PlymouthRock.com/Red Sox. Great to be with Lenny again. Jared Wells in the booth with us. The 0-1 is driven high and deep and foul down the right field line near some of that ubiquitous yellow limestone that is the signature of Target Field. In fact, in the club level, the seat backs are yellow to try to match that and make it sort of blend in. 0-2 to Caleb Durbin with Massa on deck. The pitch is just outside. Victor Caratini is catching tonight for the Twins. Jeffers, the most aggressive challenger among American League catchers. That looked close. 1-2. Here's the pitch, and it is on the ground to third. Tristan Gray's got it, throws across in time. And the Red Sox offense, which has been the worst in baseball in the first inning, has 2 quick outs.
Yeah, a lot of weak contact on the ground. That foul ball earlier in the at-bat from Durbin was a positive sign. It's the first time I've seen him actually drive something to the right field side of the yard. I want to see more of that.
I mean, that pitch was middle to Durbin, too. All right, here now Yoshida, who's 5 for his last 10 with 2 walks, and he loops 1 foul on the first base side. He's been red hot to start the season, but there he was jammed and broke his pad.
Yeah, turned on that one. That ball was way inside off the plate.
I love it when Massa's ready to go early because he has been so patient to start this season. Cody Clemens is at first base. You know, Keishel at second. Lee, the shortstop, with Gray at third. Defensive alignment brought to you by James Hardy. Hardy Siding, America's #1 brand. Massa grounds one into right field, a base hit. Every time he's in there, he contributes. So 1 out, 2 out, I should say, hit in the top of the first.
That'll be a 4-game hit streak for Masataka Yoshida. You know, earlier in the season, he's taking so many pitches. Pitchers are coming to him now. They don't want to walk him, just continue that trend. So now he's getting good pitches to hit and doing damage.
Yeah, the chess match between pitchers and hitters. Here now is Wilson Contreras. Told you how hot he was before the ball game, and he has really been spectacular over his last 10. Pitch is swung on and missed. That was violent. He got a fastball at 95, just a little late on it. It's 0-1. Wilson, 14 for his last 36 with 3 homers and 10 driven in.
Straight Nintendo numbers right there.
It is. 389 clip. He's been on base half the time. 0-1 the pitch. Very close, but a ball. And it's 1-1.
Good pitch recognition right there. Noticing there was some spin. He swung through a fastball. Surprised he didn't come back with the heat. Prove he could hit that before moving to the slider.
Yoshida at first. 2 down in the first. 1-1 to Contreras. Here's the pitch. And Wilson takes high. I mean, it's, again, an excellent, disciplined approach. And it's 2-1.
Wasn't a bad pitch. Tons of movement on that sink.
Feet close together. Abreu is out on deck. 2-1. Pitch is swung on and missed. Man, he's tried twice to carry BP onto the diamond. A little late on a couple of heaters, and it's 2-2. He'd like that back. That was center cut. And that's what the Twins were so able and say, I apologize, but why not disrupt a young pitcher's timing? 3 balls, 2 strikes. Yoshida will be off with a pitch. Long set. The pitch, swing and a foul. That was a good slider and a nice job by Contreras to stay alive.
It's one thing this Red Sox offense has been doing really well this season is fouling off pitches that are close with 2 strikes, staying alive, allowing themselves to get a decent pitch to swing at.
7th pitch of the at-bat coming home. And here it is. Contreras takes strike 3. He knew it. He got fooled there with a changeup, top of the zone, and the inning is over. Red Sox get a hit from Yoshida, but nothing more. Sonny Gray back in Minneapolis. No score after half an inning in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a parent with teens. You find a spacious vacation home where you can all be together, if they want, and a private sauna, if they don't. If an eager parent can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Some crimes are so shocking, they don't just make headlines, they forever change our society. I'm Katie Ring, host of America's Most Infamous Crimes. Each week, I take on one of the most notorious criminal cases. Each case unfolds across multiple episodes, released every Tuesday through Thursday, from the first sign that something was wrong to the moment the truth came out or didn't. Listen to and follow America's Most Infamous Crimes on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times, or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months, or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Sonny Gray on the mound. At the bottom of the first, facing his former teammate Byron Buxton. Right on right, the first pitch of the bottom of the first. Chopped foul on the third base side. Buxton looked very comfortable at the plate last night, especially on his home run to deep center field. Sonny knows this mound so well, and for 2 seasons, he was brilliant for the Twins. 0-1 to Buxton. That was a spinner that missed Lowe, curveball. And it is 1-1. Over 303 innings with the Twins over 2 seasons. Sonny fanned 300. Second in the Cy Young voting in the American League his first year here. When ball one strike, the pitch is ripped into center field. That's going to get down for a hit. Duran plays it on the second hop. Buxton's on a heater, and the Twins have the leadoff man aboard.
Yeah, this Twins lineup, they're in ambush mode. Very, very aggressive approach. You heard Alex Cora talk before the game about the new game planning, new director of hitting here in Minneapolis. This is, tell you what, this approach got to Garrett Crochet yesterday, looking in with the fastball, staying aggressive, spitting on breaking balls.
Well, that's why the thing you were talking about in the intro to the ballgame, I think, does need to change tonight, is Trevor Larnach, left-handed hitter. Is that a balk on Gray? Wow, it is. Then he kind of flinched on the mound, and so after a leadoff hit, Buxton immediately in scoring position. Red Sox coaching staff talking it over, but Lance Barrett saw something. He was trying to get different signs from Carlos Narvaez in the pitch comm, and I think Sonny just never knew what he wanted to throw. The pitch is low. I think the thing that happened there that got him in trouble, Lenny, is that he was trying to touch the pitch comm again, which looks like you're starting to get the baseball out of your glove.
Yeah, he reached down to touch pitch comm before taking his foot off of the rubber.
All part of a learning process. Pitch to Larnach, misses down and in. 1-0 is a little bit outside, and it's 2-0. So Sonny, last time out, shut out the Brewers over 6 1/3, just 3 hits. But what's amazing is he's not missed many bats, and the spinning stuff, which has been his calling card, has not been very good. 2-0. That's a spinner, foul on the first base side. Really good cutter there. Again, though, when he pitched at Fenway, it was absolutely freezing, chilly in Cincinnati, too. You and I both expect that he's going to be the guy he's always been.
Absolutely. Cold weather affects spin. You can't grip the baseball. It just feels different coming out of your hand.
2-1 is swung on, miss. Now, that was a great curveball. Lovely, and it's 2-2.
That's a great example of what he does so well. That ball, the bottom dropped completely out from under it. 81 miles an hour. Looked like a fastball coming out of his hand. That's where you get your swing and miss if you're Sonny Gray.
And that cold weather, pitchers really do long for the sticky stuff of days gone by. Sonny's really fussing with the transponder on the left side of his hat. A little uncomfortable early. 2-2 to Larnach. The pitch is a little low. Carlos tried to frame it. He wants to challenge. Wow. In the first inning, Narvaez is certain of this, and we'll see.
The catcher is challenging.
You look close. And it's a strike. Big time for the Red Sox.
The call is overturned. Minnesota has...
I'll tell you what, Lenny.
2 challenges remaining.
I think that's a great time. And to me, it's a good sign. Because for a week now, after they were the worst team in baseball, the Red Sox have been gun-shy to challenge.
Yeah, you have to be able to know for sure, especially in the first inning. But you got a runner in scoring position right now. You got to be able to switch the momentum into back into your favor.
He also knows Sonny's rattled a little bit with all the pitch-com stuff going on. I love that challenge. Here's Luke Keeschel. He takes a ball outside, checks his swing. No, he doesn't. Malachi Moore says he went around, and it is 0-1. The definition of high leverage is sort of a moving target. I mean, people think of 8th inning, bases loaded, 4th inning, 2nd and 3rd. This might be one of those settling moments for Sonny. 0-1 is swung on and missed. Man, did he fool him there with a sinker. That was an awkward swing, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, the first inning's extremely important as far as setting the tone, creating momentum for your team. And getting back to Pine Tar, I use Pine Tar to hold the pen up here in the booth, so I'm old school.
Rub a little bullfrog in with it.
Manny Moda stick out of the bag here.
0-2 to Luke Keeschel, right-handed hitter. The pitch is low. Curveball. Sonny's first pitch was brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney. For over 30 years, if you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. And now you know the number, 617 and then 7 sevens. No score, but Buxton at second with 1 down. In the first for the Twins. Gray throws, and he misses. Sonny's a big grunter, we've learned that. And that was a sinking fastball that missed, and it's 2-2.
I remember when I was a rookie, Mike Timlin asked me one day, he's like, why do you look like Dizzy Gillespie when you pitch? I was holding my mouth open, closed every time I threw the ball. He's like, let it out.
2-2 is a curve that misses low and away. And it is 3-2. You had the cheeks expanded every time you threw a baseball.
Like a bullfrog. But he's right. You know, if you expel air, similar when you're working out, you get a little extra oomph behind it.
You'd know a lot more about that than I. 3-2. Pitch is skied into center field. Duran on the run. Can't get it. He plays it on one hop. Buxton had to hold. He's going to be waved around. Throw cut off. And the tag in time. They got him. Contreras probably shouldn't have cut it off. He did. He makes the relay just in the nick of time. For now, pending a review, Buxton is thrown out at the plate.
Really, really good throw by Duran there. I'm surprised Contreras cut that. He actually hesitated. I don't think he thought he was coming around third base.
And Derek Shelton does want to take a look here.
I don't know if that slight hesitation by Contreras is going to affect the call right
You know, that was not a typical challenge. Derek Shelton came out to clarify something there. I think they might be worried about whether he got a lane.
Minnesota's challenging the out call at home plate and also the possible blocking of the plate.
Yeah, so that's what it is. They want to do both. To me, that's it's really close. The fans are always going to have their opinions. Buxton's hand is right on the plate. He's safe. We just watched the replay, and they break it down frame by frame that this is going to be a quick overturn.
Yeah, he was safe. That was enough. The hesitation. Contreras got the ball, hesitated for a split second.
But aren't you with me? I don't think that needed to be cut off. It looked like it was on line.
That would have been right there. Yep.
But you're exactly right that the combination of the cut and the pause doomed them completely. Maybe if he cuts it and immediately throws.
I think he has a chance at that point.
But you're right. In that spot, it's almost like Contreras is thinking, you know, I'm trying to cut this so that the runner doesn't go to second. Goodness gracious. I don't know why they're taking so long, because to me, this looked pretty clear that he got that hand on the plate before the tag.
You know, I also think he had a lane. We're looking at it from a bird's eye view right now.
After review, the call is overturned. The runner is safe. Minnesota will return their challenge.
So these Twins just keep on swinging it. Keishel drives in Buxton. And that is the real gift of speed, Lenny, because he held. He thought that ball might hang up. Duran might make the play, but then the ability to kick it into another gear and still score, impressive. Josh Bell, the hitter, takes
around third base and going home.
Yep, 1-0 is popped up on the right side through many clouds. If I can't see the baseball, how can IKF? He does. He drops it on purpose, throws to second. That's pretty heady, because now you get Bell at first instead of Keishel. They have a little speed downgrade, and they're 2 away.
Very, very high IQ right there. Good job noticing who's on first base. Absolutely want Bell out there.
He hits the ball in the air. Josh Bell. Here's Matt Wallner, left-handed hitter. Talk about an exaggerated Duran arching of the back. In the box, pitch is a strike on the inside corner. Well, that will disappoint Sonny Gray. I mean, had Keishel in a 2-strike count and just couldn't put him away. 0-1. 1-0 Twins in the bottom of the first. Pitch. Broken bat grounder back to the mound. Sonny's got it. He'll walk it the entire way. No, it flips at the very end to Contreras. You got to give those first basemen all the put out they can get.
That's a defensive metric right there.
It is. All right. Sonny gives up 1 run. We go to the second. Twins 1, Red Sox 0 for Boston. Williard, Story, and Duran after this in the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a bride with commitment issues. You book a nice, safe, reliable hotel. But there's free cancellation just in case. If a nervous bride can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
All right, ladies. When you've done the work, you want your hydration to do the same. Introducing new Gatorade Lower Sugar. Now with no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors. And 75% less sugar and all the electrolytes of regular Gatorade. Now available nationwide.
Every Nissan Frontier is battle-tested. Its frame is twisted. Its door slammed 13,920 times. and it's bed drop tested over and over. We do all that to the V6 powered Frontier, so you never have to hold back. Nissan, ranked #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Life can feel overwhelming, but on my podcast, From the Heart with Rachel Brathen, we're in it together. Every Friday, a new episode brings you a new story with topics on motherhood, wellness, self-love, and more. Listen to From the Heart with Rachel Brathen wherever you get your podcasts.
After a tough winter combined with harsh coastal weather, home exteriors take a beating. That's why pros across the Northeast have trusted AZEK Exteriors for over 25 years. As the #1 brand for premium exterior trim and molding, AZEK keeps homes elevated with stunning details that endure beautifully no matter the conditions. And now, introducing AZEK Lap Siding, pairing the classic beauty of traditional wood siding with modern durability. Available in 18 different colors from AZEK Captivate Pre-Finishing. Start planning your remodel today with AZEK. Order free samples at azekexteriors.com.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. For every strikeout from a Red Sox pitcher during the 2026 season, the Arbella Insurance Foundation will donate $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good.
Done, Lenny. Wilyer Abreu is the batter. He takes strike one on the outside corner. And a wild play that was in the bottom of the first inning as Abreu takes a ball outside. I thought, he's looked great all year. He looked so comfortable at the plate last night. 1-1 is fouled back to the screen. And it's just like that, 1-2.
You know, loose hands, quick hands, they all work hand in hand, right? This is a guy with a slow heartbeat up there. He's got some time in the league right now, knows the correct approach. Very comfortable in the box.
1-2. Abreu swings and misses. Now that was a great changeup away from him. The Twins seem to have the book at this point on the Red Sox. They have swung and missed at a lot of changeups. Abreu's gone. We take 10 seconds. Station ID, Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Here's a swing and a miss by Trevor Story on a good fastball in the outside corner. And it's 0-1.
Yeah, you can see the approach right now from Abel. Stay away.
0-1. That is not away. It's on the inside half. That's in and out. And it's 0-2.
That ball started about 3 inches off the plate and broke its way right back onto the dish. Not an ideal count. This is where you want to go 2-0, not 0-2.
Story had the 4-hit game in St. Louis. RBI single to center last night. But behind here, 0-2. Pitch is outside. It's a comfortable take. And it's 1-2. Cloud covered nonstop here today. Sun broke out about an hour and a half ago, but now it is pillowy, blanketed clouds overhead as Story swings and misses. And a curveball. And he is retired. So the Red Sox have 3 consecutive punch-outs. And with 2 down, here's Jarren Duran.
Abel doing a good job of using all of his pitches early on, using the fastball to set up the breaking balls.
Here now Duran, who hit a massive home run last night, takes a strike on the outside corner. 7th batter brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Oh, and 1. 1-0 Twins in the second. Pitch. Jarren loops one foul on the third base side.
2-run home run last night in the third inning. 19-game homerless streak dating back to last season. Hopefully that's a trend that'll start to continue. Seeing the ball in the air, driving it.
Just when he starts to go the other way, it means he's going to have pull side power. And that has happened the last couple of days. 0-2. Abel seems to have really settled in. The pitch is swung on and fouled, and the catcher Caratini just barely can't squeeze it. So Duran and the Red Sox stay alive.
Yeah, nothing Abel's throwing is straight. Everything's moving, darting left or right.
Oh, 2. He throws. Duran tries to check his swing, but does not. He's gone. And the Red Sox strike out in order in the second. Vic Abel's got it going. 1-0 Twins in the Shaw's and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. $4, $6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a bride with commitment issues. You book a nice, safe, reliable hotel. But there's free cancellation just in case. If a nervous bride can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Understanding power requires more than headlines. I'm Peter Hamby, host of The Powers That Be, a podcast from Puck examining politics, economics, and media to provide context, analysis, and clarity without sensationalism. We ask how power operates, who benefits, and what's at stake. If you want to move beyond breaking news to deeper understanding, join us on The Powers That Be. New episodes every weekday. Follow The Powers That Be wherever you get your podcasts.
It's only getting every customer's order right. It's only a point-of-sale system connected by Spectrum fiber-powered business internet, helping you track hundreds of secure transactions. And it's all backed by 24/7 US-based customer support and local technicians. It's only everything. Get Business Internet Advantage free, forever, when you get 4 mobile lines from Spectrum. Visit spectrum.com/free4life to find out how. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30.
WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Sonny Gray is on the mound, hoping for a better second inning. He faces Victor Caratini. And a massive home run off Crochet last night here. Batting from the left side, he takes. Fastball that misses inside for ball 1.
Look at these two starters, and Gray and Abel. They're very similar in regards to stuff. Everything's kind of moving, coming off the fastball.
1-0. Curveball looked really bad from Sonny. Slipped out of his hand there, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, that's a pitch he's going to have to get into the zone. He needs to control that. If he wants to get any swing and miss, got to be able to spin it.
Caratini has faced Sonny 6 times, hitless against him. But he, like so many of these Twins hitters, off to a hot start. 2-0, the pitch. Ripped high into right field. Abreu is back just in front of the warning track. He got far enough in on the hands there, did Gray, and there's one away.
Another important factor in that curveball, if he's not getting over the plate early on, they can start sitting fastball early, recognizing spin out of the hand. If you know a fastball is coming, a lot of what we saw last night is going to happen.
We'll get into more thoughts on what exactly went wrong last night with Garrett Crochet. Still no hint of injuries. Cody Clemens, left-handed hitter, takes a bad miss again by Sonny. That was not close with a fastball. And it's 1-0. Seemed like Garrett could not land anything at all away to right-handed hitters, and they just teed off on the inner half. 1-0 the pitch. That's popped up foul into the seats on the third base side on the Subaru of New England scoreboard. And makes a good play. Let love bloom in a 2026 Subaru. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Good news from the Bronx. The Angels lead 4-0. Halfway through the 4th. How about last night, the walk-off wild pitch? 1-1 strike on the outside corner. Trout and Stanton each hitting 2 homers in that game.
The batter is challenging the pitch.
Let's see what this is. The Twins challenge, and it is a ball.
The call is overturned. Minnesota has 2 remaining.
They're excellent at this. They seem to pick the right spots. To me, that's a dumb spot to challenge, though. It is. I mean, it missed by 1/3 of an inch. It works out, and it is a leverage spot, but, you know, you're coming in, no disrespect, hitting a $143. Pitch is a ground ball up the middle into center field. He heard me. That's a hit. And a leadoff, rather one-out single for Cody Clemens.
He's like, make that 147.
I mean, look, it is the case. If you're certain, and if he's got that good of a feel of the zone, I think it makes sense to empower your hitters.
You just have to be absolutely certain.
And,
right?
and how can anybody within 0.3 of an inch? But it worked out in this case. So the Twins have a one-out hit, and here's Brooks Lee. Pitch, swing and a foul. And caught a bite out of Carlos Narvaez. Royals and Tigers, Twins will be eager to see that series. Still so early, but both those teams picked to finish ahead of Minnesota in the American League Central. Both the Royals and the Twins, 7-9 start the year. Cole Reagan's on the mound for Kansas City. 0-1, double play depth with a shift behind Sonny, who is not sharp in this inning. He missed outside. It's 1-1.
Yeah, this Twins team, they got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. Maybe they saw that and they're like, you know what, we'll see about that.
They're hot to start. It is so early. 1-1, runner goes. Pitch is swung on a miss. Throw to second is not in time. Head first slide. And really good stuff there by Cody Clemens. Alfonso Marquez was making sure that he didn't slide through and lose the bag. Great jump off of Sonny there. Sort of a tailing throw, and the Twins have done so much of this running the bases.
Aggressive base running right there. That's a factor that I feel like this Red Sox club could use a little bit more of.
I do too.
Just puts that little bit of doubt in the pitcher's mind. We got someone out there dancing around on the bases. Less focused on the glove. Missing spots.
Cody Clemens' 4th steal already of the year. 1-2, the pitch. He is in the dirt. I give him credit because he's not an everyday player. You can really energize an offense when you run like that. 1-0 Twins for the second straight half inning. Sonny has a runner in scoring position behind him. Brooks Lee had a nice night last night. Here he cues one foul outside of third. His little tagline on the Twins video board makes Red Sox Nation not all that happy. He's a self-described Derek Jeter superfan.
Come on. At least it's not A-Rod.
Can you really? I mean, I guess he's retired, so it's different. You can't have that as a Twins player, especially given how much the Yankees have owned the Twins. 2-2 as a ground ball to second. IKF goes to a knee, throws to first in time. And there's been a real surprise for Minnesota. 2 homers and already 11 RBIs. 0-1. Infield back with 2 outs. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Now he's got the curveball spin a little bit better now. And it's 0-2.
Yeah, it's all about finishing out front with that curveball, being able to stay closed with your glove side. You can see the adjustment being made so far. That's a pitch that's got to start over the plate and work its way down off.
So another 2 strike count. Sonny trying to close the door here in this second inning. He sets, he throws, and a little ground ball softly hit to third. Durbin's got to hurry. He gloves, he throws to first in time, and the inning is over. Nicely done by Sonny and the defense to get out of that second inning. 1-0 Twins after 2. Narvaez, Kiner Falefa, and Anthony. After this on the Shaw's and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you manage procurement for multiple facilities, every order matters. But when it's for a hospital system, they matter even more. Grainger gets it and knows there's no time for managing multiple suppliers and no room for shipping delays. That's why Grainger offers millions of products in fast, dependable delivery, so you can keep your facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a parent with teens. You find a spacious vacation home where you can all be together, if they want, and a private sauna, if they don't. If an eager parent can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Here's Carlos Narvaez, right-handed hitter. Third inning brought to you by Citgo, a club you want to get into. Club Citgo. Download the app now and instantly save 23 cents a gallon on your first fill-up. Pitch to Narvaez, high and tight for ball one.
Mick Abel so far really pounding the strike zone, using all of his pitches, not getting predictable whatsoever.
1-0 Twins, 1-0 to Carlos. Pitch, foul on the first base side. He was really frustrated with himself last night at the plate. Hot start to the season, opposite field line drives. The average, though, now for Carlos down to 216. A ball, one strike. They play him ever so slightly to pull on the infield. The pitch is swung on a miss. That's gotten him a little bit of late. Slider, he went fishing, and it's 1-2.
It's got a ton of horizontal break, glove side.
I'd like to go ice fishing sometime.
You could have did it in Rhode Island this year with me.
No kidding. Strike on the outside corner to Carlos Narvaez. And he is gone. This is like the homeland for that. Did you actually do it in the Ocean State this winter?
I did not, but I've got a couple spots where I know where people go.
Come on. I did more pond hockey with the kids than ice fishing. But next winter, if we get another brutal few months, let's do it. Here's Isaiah Kiner-Falefa takes a fastball up and in, ball one. 5 consecutive Red Sox hitters have struck out. Abel into the one he throws, and that's a strike, borderline on the outside corner. This guy is going to be a microcosm, Lenny, of how to handle dudes who will walk you if you let them. So far, the Red Sox have not. 1-1. Pitch is swung on a miss. I mean, that's up and out of the zone. We saw it from Narvaez. Hitting is hard. We get that. But with that as a disclaimer, that has been the issue. When the Red Sox offense has not produced, they have expanded the zone big time.
Mick Abel's walked 10 batters going into this game. He will put you on if you let him.
Well, that's a good take there from Kiner-Falefa. 1-2 misses outside.
He's a guy that relies on movement, and oftentimes when it's moving that much, you got to let it work its way off the plate.
It's not been a good start to the season at the plate for Kiner-Falefa. 2-2, and that is another take for another ball. Nicely done, and it's 3-2. This, though, Lenny, appears to me to be a spot where he should see something right down the middle to hit.
Got to stay up the middle right here. Look for a fastball. If it's not there, watch the spin.
3-2 is a ground ball on the right side. Diving stop over there by Clemens. He gloves, throws to first. Nice job by Abel to get over and cover. Good defense, and they're 2 away.
Mick Abel's a guy that in any count, whether it's 3-2 or 0-0 and everything in between, he's able to change speeds, make it move, and induce that ground ball. He's proven that tonight. Especially when you're seeing an aggressive lineup, why not?
How about Cody Clemens, by the way? Single, steal, challenge correct, and a great defensive play.
You're right. He doesn't play every day, but I tell you what, he's making the most of it so far this season.
He is. And here now, Roman Anthony, who grounded out to second after being ahead in the count 2-0. See what he does here. 2 down, bases empty. The pitch is lined into center field. Felt that coming. It's a missile in front of Buxton. Roman is heating up, and there's a hit for the kid with 2 down in the third.
That's an outstanding sign right there. Yesterday, we saw him do the same thing over the second baseman's head. Starting to get the ball off the ground a little bit. Getting a little bit of dip in that barrel. That's exactly what you want to see for him. The next step, you're going to start to see that ball get out of the ballpark.
But here we go again with one of those moments. Caleb Durbin, 2 for 5 last night. You have to give Anthony protection when he's on base. Pitch, and he squares and butts it on the third base side. Abel picks it up with a bare hand, throws to first, and it is in time to end the inning. I mean, it's a good idea in different situations. We've advocated for small ball, but a 2-out bunt with a runner at first, it backfires.
Yeah, just placement. He gets that a little bit further down the line. That's a great idea. Just a little bit too close to the pitcher's mound.
So, Red Sox get a hit from Roman, but that is that. Bottom 3, 1-0 Minnesota on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
If you work in university maintenance, Grainger considers you an MVP because your playbook ensures your arena is always ready for tip-off. And Grainger is your trusted partner, offering the products you need all in one place, from HVAC and plumbing supplies to lighting and more, and all delivered with plenty of time left on the clock, so your team always gets the win. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, visit Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Mother's Day, give her something she'll truly use and absolutely love. Minky Couture blankets are the perfect mix of beauty, comfort, and luxury. From elegant neutrals to spring florals, there's a style just for her. Say thank you with softness that lasts far beyond the day. She deserves it. MinkyCouture.com, the original best blanket ever.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a merman. You find a beach resort for your mer family with a plunge pool, a wave pool, and yoga. What? Mermen do yoga too. If a merman can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Hi, I'm PJ Vogt, and I want to tell you about my podcast, Search Engine. We try to make sense of the world, one question at a time. No question too big, no question too small. We will even answer your questions if you send them in. Stuff like, what happens when a cemetery goes out of business? What should we do about teens using AI to do their homework? Who buys luggage at the airport luggage store? Follow and listen to Search Engine in partnership with Odyssey, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Sonny Gray. This is the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
First pitch at the bottom of the third is an absolute bomb off the bat of Byron Buxton. He launches one into the 5th row. Moonshot. Second straight day with a homer, and it's 2-0 Minnesota.
Well, Byron Buxton continues being aggressive with that first pitch. As a leadoff hitter, I'll tell you what, he's looking for a fastball to do damage on. That was a curveball, just hung up. That's been the day for Sonny Gray, just not getting the right spin, getting that ball down in the zone has been tough.
You cannot hang one more than that. Almost like he was looking for it in a way. That thing was smoked. So 1 pitch and a run. Here's Trevor Larnach, and that's strike 1 on the inside corner. Well, that's not optically the best 90 seconds for the Red Sox. When you got a runner aboard, here's the 0-1, and a pitch misses low, and your 2-hole hitters trying to bunt for a hit. And then here comes one of the sluggers, talented hitters in the American League, and the next pitch he launches. 1-1. 2-0 Minnesota. The pitch. Low. And they're catching Minnesota at a really tough time. And their offense is hot. There's no denying that. And Buxton starting to feel himself.
You know, Sonny's fighting it a little bit right now mechanically. He's going to get behind in these counts. 2-1.
Here's another 2-1 pitch. Larnach struck out his first time. Takes an awkward swing at a fastball, and it's 2-2.
It's important for Sonny to get that curveball dialed in. If he wants the fastball, the sweeper, and the cutter to be effective, needs something to be able to have some north-south movement.
2-2. High line drive into center field. This ball is hit hard, but it holds up in front of the track. Duran is able to get there and make the play. And there's one away. All right, look, Mick Abel has looked quite sharp early in this game.
If you look what he's done to be effective, I mean, he's basically just changing speeds, not predictable at all. He'll throw any pitch in any count.
Here, Luke Keeschel, who takes a strike. He couldn't hold up there. Off speed on the outside corner, and it's 0-1.
You have to be able to pitch to the lineup you're facing. If you know you're facing an aggressive squad, you don't have to go out there and throw strikes to start out.
0-1. He is outside, although I agree with that, Lenny. They've been in launch mode early in these counts, Buxton especially. But it looks to me like they're that nightmare offense that they've got a good feel for the strike zone, too.
Yeah, recognizing pitches they could do damage on early on.
1-1. That is a ball. Really good take. This is the thing about Sonny, like Ranger Suarez, he has thrived in his career off swings on pitches like that. 2 balls and a strike. 1 down, a run in. The pitch is in the dirt. That was not close at all with a cutter. I wonder why Luke Keeschel, who's from Watsonville, California, walks up to Rocky. But he does.
It's not from Philly?
Nope. Adrian. 3-1. Sonny into the wind. He throws. That's a strike on the inside corner. That was right there. And it's 3-2.
It's a great sinker right there. I tell you, the 2-plane movement. That had a ton of arm side drift.
3-2. Catch you caught up on the league leaders in a moment. Brought to you by AZEC Exteriors. Leaders in exterior trim moldings. Here's a swing and a foul. Sonny threw a sinker there. It was fouled back. Unfortunately, the Red Sox, to this point in big league baseball, are not near the top in team pitching. ERA, 7th worst in the game. They've got the 6th fewest strikeouts. And that was supposed to be the strength of the team. 3-2. Pitch. Ground ball on the left side and through. Perfectly placed by Keeschel. He's got a 1-out hit. The last time through the rotation for the Sox was really good. Then Crochet got hit so hard last night. The team with the #1 ERA in baseball is the Atlanta Braves. Then the Mariners, who started to play a little better. The Yankees, 3rd best ERA, but they've just not hit enough.
Seattle, I mean, just the past few years, they've just been known for their pitching.
Oh, yeah. Loaded up with young arms. Here's Josh Bell, the pitch. His swung on and missed. Now, Bell came into this game 6 for 24 without a homer against Sonny. But he's feeling it at the plate. He is not at all getting cheated.
Not at all. I tell you, he fooled me 3 times yesterday with his swings.
You thought he'd homered. 0-1. He takes a ball. Low, a curve, and it's 1-1. I got some things when Mick Abel takes the mound next to tell you about him and his background that make you like him a little bit more.
All right. Is he a tarantula enthusiast?
There's some similarities you're going to learn about. 1-1. Keeshel's got a big lead. The pitch inside. Carlos throws behind him, but not in time. Wilson Contreras wants the video room to take a peek there. I thought real time the hand got in before the tag. Ramon Vasquez on with Mike Brenly, and immediately they say, no, we're not going to look.
Everything Wilson does is high energy.
Because I think he had missed that the left hand touched the bag before the right. On the right field side. 2-1 to Bell. Dangerous pitch here, and it is a strike on the outside corner. That was very close. Bell sort of looked to the heavens, thought about challenging. It clipped the bottom corner, and it's 2-2.
Keeschel actually looked like he was taking off, took 4 or 5 steps towards second base and shut it down.
Well, Bell is a double play candidate, and now he will call for time. 2-0 Twins, bottom of the 3rd. Lowe grounded out his first time. Keishel looks like he's thinking about it again. Sonny holds. And he throws, and Bell takes outside. Sweeper, and it's 3-2.
Another sweeper. Breaking ball is just not consistent today. It's not getting the downward break that you'd like. You know, that's where the swing and miss is. It's got to look like a good pitch to swing at, but they're seeing it out of the hand so well.
I think Keishel will run here. He's at first with one out. He goes. The 3-2 is a ground ball on the right side. Kiner-Falefa's got it. He throws to first. These Derek Shelton twins do a lot of little things well. He runs and he stays out of what would have been a double play, and they're 2 away.
All Natural Chicken is on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Get value pack signature select boneless chicken breast or thighs for $1.99 a pound when you use digital coupon. Limit 2.
With your crew back at home, you need to buy 10 packs of those.
Bulk.
The limit of 2 is no good. Here's Matt Wallner. A little bit low. The 13-year-old was on the track today, huh?
Did an outstanding job. So proud of her. Giving her all. I gave her a pep talk in my text messaging in between innings.
The mindset in those starting gates in track races must just be so wild. Want to go to Matt Wallner. And Sonny spins to second.
Telling her my thought process on the mound and how that can kind of be the same thing she thinks about. You know, run with a little bit of chip on your shoulder. Go out there and prove something to everybody.
God, she got mom's speed. 1-0 to Wallner. Here's the pitch. That's high with a fastball. It's so crazy watching your kids in any athletic endeavor. As a pro athlete yourself, it's so different, isn't it? You have no control.
None whatsoever, but it's fun. Yep. It's fun watching them go out there and compete and have fun on the field, whatever the sporting event is. They play everything. They play basketball, baseball, they run.
Visit to the mound. You guys must have like a 4-dimensional color-coded calendar to keep track of it all.
I don't know how it works in the house, to be honest with you. It just does. No thanks to me.
So meeting on the mound is over. None of us really in this sport could pull it off without great support at home. 2-0 Twins. Runner at second base. And Keishel. And the way Abel's been throwing tonight, it's like an important run out there at second. 2-0. Pitch. Ripped down the right field line toward the corner and foul. Man, Wallner was ready for that cutter. Just out in front, 2-1.
You're just seeing a lot of 2-0, 2-1 counts from Sonny Gray today. And in that count, they're looking for something to drive. They know that he has to come back in the zone. He does not want to go to a 3-ball count. Sitting there waiting on it.
I mean, this is just a confident offense right now. Period. So many loud swings early. 2-1. That misses inside with another cutter. And it is 3-1. Sonny Gray has already thrown 57 pitches. 2 outs in the third. Bullpen is fresh, although last night knocked him back a touch. 3-1 is outside ball 4. Not even close. He does not have the curveball tonight. So Sonny, been behind in the count all night, issues his first walk, and the Twins now with 2 on and 2 outs for Victor Caratini.
Needs a little bit of a reset right here. Take a nice deep breath and get back to what makes him effective. He's got to get strike 1 right here.
2 down. Caratini batting left. Pitch is low. Another curve that missed, and it's 1-0.
See, that curveball right there wasn't a bad pitch, but for a 0-0 count, he's not going to get a swing on it. If it's 0-2, yeah, you might get something.
1-0. Caratini fly to right his first time. Pitch. That's low. Another 2-0 count. Sonny is fighting it big time. We told you Red Sox brought up Jack Anderson and optioned Tyler Samaniego down to AAA. If there's a crooked number here in the next couple innings, Jack Anderson's heart is going to start to beat very fast.
Bullpen did a great job kind of filling innings yesterday. That was a rough one for Crochet.
2-0. Pitch is outside. Not close. 3-0.
I told you yesterday I did that twice in my career where I go in the third inning and I finish the game.
Not easy.
Not easy, but they did a good job filling. That's why the bullpen's still fresh today.
Sonny's been behind every hitter in this inning. 3-0 here. Pitch. Almost hit him, and actually it did. So Caratini's aboard. I'd be stunned if Andrew Bailey doesn't come out here. And he will. Listen to the last couple of innings for Sonny Gray. 2-0 in the second to Caratini. 2-1 to Clemens, who got a base hit on that challenge. He did get ahead of Brooks Lee and Tristan Gray, by the way. Both those were outs. Then in this inning, a leadoff homer behind 2-1 to Larnach, who smoked a ball to center. Behind Keishel, 3-1, who singled. Bell was ahead 2-1, and he did hit a hard ground ball out. And then he just walked Matt Wallner and then hit Caratini, both of whom faced 3-ball counts.
Yeah, he's fighting something mechanically right now.
Yep.
You know, the path to success is getting strike one, converting 1-1 counts, getting the 2 strikes as soon as possible, and let your movement and changing speeds do the rest.
Oh, this is a huge spot right here for a team that got blown out last night. Twins offense that is so hot. Cody Clemens is the batter. Bases loaded, the pitch. Curveball grounded foul outside of first. That was close to a bases clearing double, but just outside the bag. Nesson just had a great shot of the moment last summer when Cody hit a big home run at Fenway Park, and Roger and Deb were in one of the suites. Joe Castig was in the front row with him and sort of took a great picture, started giving him bear hugs. With their relationship, we forgive you, Joe. 0-1. Bases loaded. What a juncture this is. The pitch, way high. And inside, like Crochet last night, Sonny does not have it. He doesn't. Well, this is what makes veteran pitchers what they are. He's not been in this game for 14 years without being able to try to gut through this. The 1-1. That's a strike on the outside corner. Beauty. Sweeper, and it's 1-2.
He's trying to get that ball on the ground right here. Good 2-strike count. Trying to do some soft contact.
2-0 Twins with the bases loaded. Sonny ahead, 1-2. The pitch. Swinging a ground ball foul again outside of first. Sonny has now thrown 66 pitches, and we're in the third inning. I mean, you had to use Watson so much last night. You really think about it, we could see a major league debut tonight.
Good chance.
What must he be thinking? 1-2. Pitch is in the dirt. Nice stop there by Narvaez. That was a sweeper, not even close. That thing went 58 feet, and it's 2-2.
You know, listen to Alex Cora talk about Anderson. He's a strike thrower. He's got good stuff. Not an ideal situation to come into.
2-2. I would think they'd go to a more seasoned person if it were a big jam in this inning. First things first, this is on Sonny to get out of it right here. 2-2 is outside. Another deep count. 3-2. Gray and the Red Sox are on the ropes. Bases loaded for Cody Clemens. Sonny Gray, who was awesome for 2 years here for the Twins, needs a big pitch. Here it is, and it is grounded on the first base side. Backhanded by Contreras. Flips underhand to Gray in time, and they got him. And that is enormous for Sonny Gray. Twins leave them loaded. We go to the fourth inning, 2-0 Minnesota. On the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you manage procurement for multiple facilities, every order matters. But when it's for a hospital system, they matter even more. Grainger gets it and knows there's no time for managing multiple suppliers and no room for shipping delays. That's why Grainger offers millions of products in fast, dependable delivery, so you can keep your facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a parent with teens. You find a spacious vacation home where you can all be together, if they want, and a private sauna, if they don't. If an eager parent can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
This year, don't let dry eyes win. Use Sustain Pro. Its triple action formula hydrates, restores, and protects dry eyes for up to 12 hours. Sustain Pro, saving the world from dry eyes.
This Mother's Day, give her something she'll truly use and absolutely love. Minky Couture blankets are the perfect mix of beauty, comfort, and luxury. From elegant neutrals to spring florals, there's a style just for her. Say thank you with softness that lasts far beyond the day. She deserves it. MinkyCouture.com, the original best blanket ever.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Masa Yoshida going to lead it off as we go to the fourth inning. Big time pitch right there for Sonny Gray with the bases loaded. This game could have gotten out of hand. Instead, still only 2-0 for the Twins. Yoshida, Contreras, and Abreu. McAbels look really good. The pitch, Masa softly grounds one to second. It is handled there by Keishel. He throws to first. And on one pitch, there's one away. Now, I like the aggression from Masa. I think it puts Contreras in a tough spot because Sonny just threw all those pitches in that inning. You'd like to give him a little breather, and a one pitch out, not quite what you're looking for.
Yeah, pick your spots right here. You don't want to be too aggressive about the shoot.
Having said that, Contreras has been one of their hottest hitters. Abreu out on deck. 2-0 Twins. The pitch. A little bit up and in. Ball one. 110th pitch of the game brought to you by 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. Visit any of their 33 locations all throughout New England. 1-0. That's a strike on the outside corner. I think that's veteran awareness from Wilson. Wants to see at least one.
Yeah, if you're facing Abel, you want to be just a little bit, I don't want to say tentative, but selective already. This is a guy that's thrown some balls.
And that one hits him on the left elbow. And he had the guard there, so Contreras, who has been such a master of that in his career, is aboard with one out for Wilyer Abreu.
His right foot's touching the chalk line.
He almost dares pitchers to come in, doesn't he?
Come on in.
And here now Wilyer, who looked spectacular at the plate last night and really has all year. One on, one out in the fourth. Pitch. Abreu takes a strike, borderline, on the outside corner. In the last 10 years, only Anthony Rizzo and Mark Canha have been hit by a pitch more than Contreras. He's at first. 0-1 the pitch. That's outside. Really good take by Abreu. He's had such a good feel for the zone. Twins got their first run in the first on a ball that was cut off, I think, wrongly by Contreras, and then Buxton solo blast to begin the third. 1-1 to Abreu. Pitch. High and tight. Actually outside, away from Abreu, beg your pardon, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, this Red Sox lineup has played into Abel's game plan. They've been pretty aggressive on pitches that have a ton of movement, starting over the plate and working their way off. Starting to see them be a little bit more selective.
2-1, hitters count. Pitch is skied into left field. It sends the left fielder way back onto the warning track, but Larnach is there to make the play. Wilyer just missed that one. And they're two away for Trevor Story.
Yeah, it was a good count, a good swing on a decent pitch to hit. It was just a little bit off, slightly elevated.
That's the adjustment he's been trying to make, and he's shown an ability to get to that pitch right at the top of the zone. Just a little tardy there. And here now Trevor Story. I guess at the very least, the Red Sox have given Sonny a little bit of a breather. Trevor struck out his first time. Yankees have fallen behind 6-0 to the LA Angels in the top of the sixth. Story waits. Abel throws, and Trevor takes one that's dropped by Caratini. All the way over to second goes Contreras. That's got to be a pass ball. You don't really see it in the PitchCom era. That almost looked like a cross-up. He just didn't glove that fastball that stayed up. Just absolutely clunked it.
Hit him right in the mitt, bounced out. Had a little cut on it.
It is a pass ball. So now 1-0 to Story. Man, will the big fly go a long way here? Pitch is a check swing. Did he go? Yes, according to the home plate umpire, Lance Barrett. And it's 1-1.
Got to make contact right here with this Red Sox offense. Has been doing well as of late. Is just passing the baton.
1-1. Wilson dancing around at second. The pitch is swung on and missed. That's been the Achilles heel this year. Slider, and it's 1-2. Red Sox on EEI, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Official vehicle of the dirty water. Wilson Contreras keeps grimacing, which bothers me. Maybe because he got hit by that pitch. He's kind of stretching himself out as he leads from second. 1-2. I thought it hit him on the elbow. I guess it's possible it kind of clipped him above that left hip. Kind of grabbing around that area. Ball and 2 strikes to Trevor Story. Pitch is a ground ball on the left side. It is handled there by Gray. He throws to first and the inning is over. Red Sox get a base runner, but nothing more. Frustrating again. 2-0 Twins. To the bottom of the fourth we go on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you manage procurement for multiple facilities, every order matters. But when it's for a hospital system, they matter even more. Grainger gets it and knows there's no time for managing multiple suppliers and no room for shipping delays. That's why Grainger offers millions of products in fast, dependable delivery, so you can keep your facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a merman. You find a beach resort for your mer family with a plunge pool, a wave pool, and yoga. What? Mermen do yoga too. If a merman can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Feel your best and amplify your everyday look with Thrive Cosmetics. Go to thrivecosmetics.com/shine26 for an exclusive offer of 20% off your first order. That's Thrive Cosmetics, CAUSEMETICS.com/shine26.
Come closer to the heart of Vermont. At the Woodstock Inn & Resort, you'll find true connection in the timeless elegance of our accommodations and the locally sourced cuisine we prepare. Discover luxury in everything you experience and to come closer to what matters. WoodstockInn.com.
Hey guys, Fly on the Wall is back for another season. That's right, on audio and video every Monday and Thursday.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
A really important half inning for Sonny Gray, who's thrown 69 pitches through 3. Left-handed hitting Brooks Lee in there, and he takes another first pitch ball. We were noticing that Wilson Contreras was experiencing some pain leading off of second base there. I think we're going to get a look from the Nesson truck in a moment on that. 1-0 to Lee. He drives one high and deep into right field. Abreu can only watch it fly into the seats. It is gone. For the second straight inning, the Twins lead off with a solo homer, and they lead it 3-0.
That was a 1-0 pitch, continually behind in the count today. Just fighting something mechanically, release point, grip on the ball, whatever it is, he's not comfortable out there on the mound.
Well, and Lenny, it's like crochet last night. It's all stuff on the inner half. He was ready for that, and he launched.
It was a four-seam fastball right on the inner half, just below the belt buckle.
So the hole is deeper. Here's Tristan Gray, who takes a strike on the inside corner. I'm going to go back and start to tally this thing up. This is not good for Alex Cora and the Red Sox because Crochet was lifted after an inning and 2/3 last night. Watson seems impossible that he would be available tonight. Samaniego down. The kid Jack Anderson is up from Triple-A. The Red Sox suddenly find themselves in a pitching bind even with the off day coming on Thursday.
You're at the point where Aroldis Chapman probably has to get an inning as well.
No doubt about it. 1-1. That's in the dirt. Carlos Narvaez liked the shape of that pitch. But it's a ball, and it's 2-1.
Just seems like it's been 2-1 all evening.
Here is the 2-1, and that looked very close, but called a ball. So now 3-1. You know, Sonny in this game has now faced 20 hitters, make it 18, and he has sort of surprisingly thrown a first pitch strike to 10 of them. Here's a line drive into right field. That's a base hit. But even when he has thrown that first pitch strike, he tends to have fallen behind with 2 or 3 out of the zone, and another good piece of hitting by the Twins.
Just been inconsistent with the release point. That tells me something mechanically is off with him.
Is that something you can see from here, Lenny, that he's just releasing it from a different spot?
What I'm seeing from the screen in front of me is he's oftentimes yanking it glove side, which means he's getting around it.
So run in, a man aboard, and here is a very scary spot. Byron Buxton takes a strike on the inside corner. That's gutsy. I mean, he launched a curveball on the first pitch out last time here. Cutter for strike 1.
You know, Sonny on the mound, he always draws 2 lines from either side of the pitching rubber towards home plate. So he's thinking initially out of the gate about that lane.
Well, one is a ground ball through into left field, a base hit. They've done a lot of that too, these Twins. That 5.5 hole has just been worn out in these first 2 games. I don't think even the shortstop with the best range in the world gets to that. But another one shoots through 3 straight hits. 4th inning brought to you by Cars for Kids. The deadline to file taxes is tomorrow. Hope you got them ready by now. Don't miss your chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for a $26 deduction. All right, here we go again. I mean, another spot where Sonny's got to try to stop the bleeding. The pitch to Larnach is not close at all.
See if he can pull another Houdini and get out of this inning with 1 run. He's at 79 pitches right now. If he can get out of this inning with just that 1 run, that's going to help this bullpen. They're only down by 3.
It looks like Danny Coulombe is throwing. 1-0, strike on the inside corner. I can't see who the other is. It could be Zach Kelly, or it could be the new guy, Jack Anderson. Can you imagine? I actually think it is.
I think it is too.
Wow.
Yes, it is.
Are you kidding me? Oh, imagine the adrenaline. 1-1 is a ball. This is not what made Sonny Gray so good for 2 years here. Consistently behind and unable to spin it the way that he normally does. 2-1, 3-0 Twins. 2 on, none out. Here's the pitch, and he misses outside. I'll tell you what, Keishel is on deck. He's a right-handed hitter. You got Bell, the switch hitter, on deck. After that, in a spot, if you hadn't been burned in the bullpen last night, I would have gone to somebody right here. Sonny just does not look right. 3-1. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Now that was excellent. An enormous changeup. So now 3-2, and this is the biggest pitch of the game coming up right here.
It's a gutsy pitch right there. 3-1 changeup right down the middle. Really, really nice action on it to work its way off the plate, get that swing and miss.
Buxton at first. Gray at second. 3-0 Twins, a huge 3-2. Here it is. Ripped down the right field line, and that's down for an extra base hit. Coming home to score is Gray. Right behind him, Buxton. Throw to second in time, they say. But that is a Pyrrhic victory as the Twins play 2 more, and it's 5-0.
Just couldn't get that ground ball. Great changeup prior to that pitch. That one was just left up a little bit, was able to handle it. Line drive into right field. It was a sinker, same location as the previous pitch without the movement.
Twins were thinking about challenging. They will not. So Larnach drives in 2 more runs. How about Byron Buxton? 2 hits, 2 driven in, and 3 runs scored. He has really been their motor. Here's a strike to Keishel on the outside corner. Well, now that it's 5-0, you're just desperate for Sonny to get you through this inning any way he can. And I do think now the kid is going to make his major league debut tonight almost no matter what.
Buxton's going to be due for an oil change after tonight.
0-1. Check swing he went around, did Keishel, and it's 0-2. We're going to see Jack Anderson tonight. It might happen this inning. If not, then certainly in the bottom of the 5th inning. I mean, I suppose unless the Red Sox put 3, 4, 5 runs up. The way Abel's been throwing it, that's a tall ask. 0-2 is a soft ground ball toward third and foul. And how to play amazing, given how good the Red Sox rotation was the last time through, that now Crochet and Gray have just been hammered here in Minneapolis.
Yeah, this is a rotation coming into the season touted as one of the best in the league. Came out of the gates really slow, weren't getting deep into games, weren't effective at all. Past couple times around the line, did an outstanding job.
0-2 to Keishel. That's down and in. I will say this, Lenny, as much as I broadly agree with your philosophy that if you can pitch to contact, get quick outs, let the defense do it behind you, this start to the season is in some ways a cautionary tale about the risks of that. When you invite contact, you get into big trouble sometimes. Here's contact behind the bag. Kiner Falefa just has enough on the throw from second to get it over to first. Now, again, we're talking about a 17-game sample. So over time, generally guys like Bayo and Gray, it evens out, and they get weak contact, and they make big pitches. But so far, they've not gotten swing and miss, and they've then hit hard. Here's Josh Bell from the left side. He takes ball 1.
And not all contact is built the same. 0-2 contact versus 2-0 contact are completely different. 0-2 contact is you're swinging at a slider off the plate because you have to protect.
Yep. It's a great point, the 1-0. Strike on the inside corner. These hitters are comfortable and in swing mode.
Yeah, he's been 2-0, 2-1 consistently throughout the evening. And because of that, they're waiting for him to come back in the zone. Something they can do damage on.
5-0 Twins. Gray throws. Bell takes low. Sweeper. Can you imagine? You can. You've lived it. But what is going on in Jack Anderson's mind right now?
I can't feel my legs.
Truly.
Yeah, and that's exactly when I was running in old Yankee Stadium in April 23rd of 2004, running toward the mound, could not feel my legs. Just telling myself, don't trip.
2-1 is a ground ball to second. Kiner Falefa goes to a knee. He's got it. Throws to first, and the inning is over. But 3 in for the Twins. Well, we're going to see Mr. Anderson in the 5th, barring something dramatic for the Red Sox. 5-0 Twins on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you manage procurement for multiple facilities, every order matters. But when it's for a hospital system, they matter even more. Grainger gets it and knows there's no time for managing multiple suppliers and no room for shipping delays. That's why Grainger offers millions of products in fast, dependable delivery, so you can keep your facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times, or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months, or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
At Great Wolf Lodge, your whole family can go on an adventure. Splash away in our water park and Bowl a perfect score with your pack and mix game time with family time. And at Great Wolf Lodge, all this excitement is just a short drive away. So bring the pack together and learn more at greatwolf.com and strengthen the pack.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Jarren Duran will lead it off and try to spark something as we go to the top of the fifth. Twins 5, Red Sox nothing, as Mick Abel has been in a groove. Takes strike one on the outside corner, does Duran. Jarren struck out his first time. A check swing. 5 runs on 9 hits for Minnesota, the pitch. Jarren tries to check again, and this time it is not a swing, according to the third base umpire, William Traynor.
Yeah, if you're Mick Abel, you can just go out there and breathe now. Pitch to contact even more. Use the movement inside the strike zone. Go right after the hitters.
Red Sox offense did a good job chipping away last night. The 1-1 outside. They need it again tonight. A team that's built on pitching, if you get a couple clunkers in a row from guys like Crochet and Sonny Gray, the hitters need to do their part.
Past few nights they have.
Yep, 2-1. Duran swings and misses. Fastball up and away. I think he chased one there, and it's 2-2.
It was really the only bright spot, other than the bullpen going out and doing a good job of filling up innings. But the lineup kept the foot on the pedal, kept passing the baton.
So far in this season, the Minnesota Twins look like a group that has really benefited from a philosophical shift offensively. 2-2 to Duran is a hard ground ball to the right side, but right into the defense again. Keishel's got it. Goes to first. And 2 down for Carlos Narvaez. We take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Will Fleming, Lenny Dinardo. Another tough night in Minneapolis. 5-0 Twins. Narvaez swings at the first pitch and fouls it back for strike one. In just a moment, the bullpen door in left field is going to swing open. A 26-year-old Jack Anderson is going to come on for the first time and throw on a major league mound. Families here. And imagine what they are thinking right now, too. 0-1 to Narvaez. Fouled on the first base side. Carlos struck out his first time. Red Sox have had so little going offensively tonight. Abel, I mean, he's got good stuff. There's no doubt about that. But they have struck out 6 times. Looked overmatched. 0-2 swing and a miss. He got him. That's a sweeper, and they're 2 away.
Yeah, you can see the plan against Narvaez. Everything away. Whether it's a fastball, sweeper, just starting it off the black early in the count and letting it work its way off late.
Right here, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. A lot of sort of confused looks in that third base Red Sox dugout. Not going well at the moment. Here's IKF. He swings and fouls one back to the screen, and it's 0-1.
You know, Ober yesterday, Abel today. Both of those guys changing speeds, really effective with the movement, getting ahead. Both 27-degree arm action as far as the angle, too. Simmer release.
Let Love Bloom, by the way, in a 2026 Subaru, and find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Some good news on that scoreboard for the Sox. 0-1 pitch outside. It's so early, and yet not the time really to worry that much about the scoreboard. And if the Red Sox don't play better, what other teams do will not matter at all. But it's never an unhappy announcement to say that the Yankees trail 6-0 in the top of the 7th.
You know, the Red Sox won 2 series prior to this one by losing the first game and finishing strong.
2-1 is looped into shallow center field. Buxton coming on. He cannot get it. Off the end of the bat, in for a hit. That is such soft contact, but it does the trick. And so Kiner-Falefa is aboard, and that'll bring up Roman Anthony.
See if Roman can chip away right here. He's absolutely due. to hit the ball over the fence. This is a guy that started off the year chasing pitches kind of outside of what he normally does.
Pitch. That is perfect on the outside corner. And it's 0-2.
He's getting a steady diet of changeups, trying to get him out on that front foot.
Again, until the offense, and especially until Durbin or anyone else behind him starts to hit, he's going to get that kind of stuff over and over again. 0-2. 5-0 Twins. Pitch is a strike on the outside corner, and Roman is rung up. Hitting over, frustrations continue. Jack Anderson about to make his major league debut in Minneapolis when we return on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you manage procurement for multiple facilities, every order matters. But when it's for a hospital system, they matter even more. Grainger gets it and knows there's no time for managing multiple suppliers and no room for shipping delays. That's why Grainger offers millions of products in fast, dependable delivery, so you can keep your facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every Nissan Frontier is battle-tested. Its frame is twisted. Its door slammed 13,920 times. And its bed drop-tested over and over. We do all that to the V6-powered Frontier, so you never have to hold back. Nissan, ranked #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare. At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Art, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Well, maybe not the situation Red Sox Nation would have wanted to welcome Jack Anderson to the major leagues. But here he is on the mound for the first time in Minneapolis. A memory he'll have forever. Matt Wallner, left-handed batter. Anderson winds, he throws, and a foul straight back. First pitch of his major league career. He probably won't get that souvenir. And makes a nice play. And it's 0-1. This is a kid who came over in the minor league portion of the Rule 5 draft. Lately pitching quite well for Triple-A Worcester. The 0-1 is a swing and a miss. Now that was a really good splitter. And it's 0-2. He pitched for Great Britain in the WBC. And mom, wife, dad, all in attendance. 0-2. Here's the pitch. In the dirt. Well, he's thrown 3 pitches. They've all been different. Showing it all in his first outing, and it's 1-2.
He's gotten ahead. You get those first couple pitches out of the way, then the butterflies start going. You can concentrate on pitching.
If you say so. 1-2 to Matt Wallner, a name he'll never forget. And Wallner sort of steps out. I never get tired of seeing parents who've put so much into realizing this dream along with their kids. And they're here, and they are so emotional. The 1-2 pitch is a foul on the first base side. Wearing number 77 on a red jersey. Kid who pitched at Florida State. Originally drafted by the Tigers. 1-2. Here's the pitch, and it is just high. Fastball, and it's 2-2. How is it possible, Lenny, after achieving in real time the thing you've always wanted to try to stay centered?
You don't think about it.
Yeah.
Honestly.
2-2. He is swung on and missed. Welcome to the big leagues, Jack Anderson. His first hitter faced is a strikeout, and there's one away. How cool is that?
I like the stuff. I tell you what, the fastball plays. The splitter, he's throwing a lot of strikes. If he's nervous, you wouldn't know it at this point.
Mom and wife are, I'll tell you that much. I don't know whether the Twins are wondering whether that was catcher's interference, because it seemed like right after the swing and miss, Wallner was talking to the home plate umpire. Derek Shelton comes out and joins that conversation. He's trying to rival in that way Ryan Watson's major league debut, where he twice had strike three overturned by challenges, and I don't know what in the world Wallner's talking about. I mean, it didn't come within a foot of the glove. Maybe asked for time and didn't get it. Who knows? Here's Victor Caratini. Pitch is just outside with a fastball, and 92 miles an hour.
Well, he'll be telling that story for a long, long time. You never forget your first strikeout in the big leagues.
1-0 is a strike, and unfortunately, he was only here for this kind of a situation. Red Sox certainly would have preferred that, Sonny Gray go deep into the game, be better after Crochet got hit so hard. 1-1 pitch in the dirt, but now it's his moment. And just like last night, Lenny, it's a big one because it's still only the fifth inning. Got to try to hold the line.
Game's early enough where you can still do some damage. I mean, 5 runs. We've seen the Red Sox come back from that.
2-1, fouled back to the screen. And it's 2-2.
It's his job right now to go out there and fill as many innings as possible. He was starting in Triple-A, so this is a guy who's built up.
He walks almost nobody. He's got pretty good command. Not a huge arm. 2-2 pitch. He is swung on and missed. He got him. 2 hitters faced, 2 hitters fanned for Jack Anderson. That is awesome on an otherwise dreary night, and they're 2 away.
He heard from Tyler Samaniego how fun it is to go out and strike out the side your first time. So he's like, you know what, let's see how that feels.
That is so cool. Here's Cody Clemens. 2 down, bases empty. 5-0 though, Twins here. Pitch is a little bit outside. Code word of the game is Metrodome. Make sure to enter your code word in the member portal today to claim your points. Metrodome no longer around, and here we are at Target Field. It has not been kind this year to the Sox so far. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Now that was a good sweeper. 1-1.
Metrodome.
Got some good memories.
Shivers up my spine.
Yep. Think about the teams they had in there too.
They had some talent, I tell you what.
Headlined, of course, by Kirby Puckett. The 1-1 is fouled back to the screen, and now Jack Anderson is a strike away from fanning the side in his major league debut.
Puckett, Herbeck,
Gaetti, Gladden. And, I mean, for a time there, Molitor, Dave Winfield. I mean, incredible talent. 2 down, bottom 5. 5-0 Minnesota. Jack Anderson winds, he throws, and a swing and a foul back to the screen. Isn't it amazing? Think about this wonderful sport that we love so much, the crossing of generations. Here you got a kid on the mound in his late 20s, pitching for the first time after toiling through the minor leagues, facing the son of one of the all-time great Red Sox rookies. The 1-2 is outside, and not just rookies, but like the anointed next star. And, of course, Roger lived up to every bit of that. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Anderson looks the part. Into his wind, he throws, and a swing and a foul. Narvaez couldn't quite hang on. It stays 2-2.
Cody's giving him a run for his money right here. He's looking for that punchy. Cody keeps spoiling it.
He's trying to act like Spike Owen against his pop. 2-2. Anderson delivers. And a swing and a pop-up behind third base foul, and it's into the seats and out of play. So this is a real battle. Cody will see at least 9 pitches in this at-bat.
He's seen all his pitches. Fastball, sweeper, splitter. See what he goes to in this 2-2 count.
2-2. Here it is again. And a foul again. Straight back.
Went back to the splitter right there. Let's see if he throws a fastball up in the zone off of that split.
Thing is, he might be in for a while tonight. 2-2. Pitch. Swing and a miss, and Jack Anderson in his major league debut strikes out the side in Minneapolis. What a moment for that young man. An otherwise rough night for the Red Sox. That is a bright spot. He's going to hang around, I promise you, on the mound. More work to do. Hugs all around for the family. We go to the 6th, 5-0. Twins lead on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
With the American Express Platinum Card, you can access over $3,500 in annual value with benefits and eligible purchases across travel, entertainment, and more. There's nothing like Platinum. Learn more at americanexpress.com/explore-platinum. Enrollment requirements, monthly, and other limits and terms apply.
If you work in university maintenance, Grainger considers you an MVP because your playbook ensures your arena is always ready for tip-off. And Grainger is your trusted partner, offering the products you need all in one place, from HVAC and plumbing supplies to lighting and more, and all delivered with plenty of time left on the clock, so your team always gets the win. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, visit Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a merman. You find a beach resort for your mer family with a plunge pool, a wave pool, and yoga. What? Mermen do yoga too. If a merman can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Gas, repairs, and where did that ding come from? We know owning a car is already expensive enough. You shouldn't have to overpay for auto insurance too. So shift into savings and put the brakes on those high insurance rates with help from Intuit Credit Karma. Simply open the app to explore personalized rates, get quotes, and find the right coverage plan for you. Great insurance at lower rates? Start looking on Credit Karma today.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Caleb Durbin is in, and he takes strike one on the outside corner. Mick Abel is rolling along. Pitch is popped up on the first base side over the dugout and out of play. By the way, I apologize. I did not realize, nor did I hear the announcement from here. Caught up in the Anderson debut. Wilson Contreras was removed from the game with some back tightness. So it's just going from bad to worse right now. 0-2 to Caleb Durbin. Abel's been in a groove. The pitch. Ground ball up the middle. Softly hit. It is handled out there by Brooks Lee. Throws to first in time. There's one away. We're also seeing some video. Another incident involving Jarren Duran and some fans. So just one of those nights that things are piling up that will not thrill Alex Cora, the front office, the fan base, least of all. Here's Masa Yoshida, who takes the pitch up and away, ball one.
Obvious signs of frustration, and the news about Wilson Contreras getting pulled out of this game, that's the worst possible. He's been the absolute battery pack for this Red Sox.
1-0 to Masa. 1 for 2 tonight. Here he lines one foul on the left field side and out of play. I mean, it's early. But Contreras, one of their leaders, he's also kind of a spark plug, electricity up and down. One to Masa. Pitch is a ground ball through into left field, a base hit. All he does is hit and get on base. I will say with Contreras going down, it probably opens up some more windows to get Masa playing time. And here is the man who replaced Wilson in that inning, Andrew Monasterio, who's looked good. Shaws and Star Market Grand Slam Summer Sweepstakes is your chance to get free groceries for a year, plus other incredible prizes. Here's Monasterio. He takes a strike on the inside corner. Official rules at Shaws or starmarket.com/Grand Slam.
Yeah, he's making the most of his appearances at RBI pinch hit single the 7th last night.
0-1. Pitch is outside. He checked his swing. I love the base hit, obviously, Lenny. I loved it just as much in a way. In the 9th inning, the Red Sox had a little traffic, still trailing by 7 runs, and he struck out and was beside himself. Real competitor. 1-1 the pitch. He is a strike on the outside corner.
He's another one of those guys that doesn't quite get the same amount of playing time as his teammates, so he wants to go out there and perform as much as possible.
But what a hole that is in the Red Sox lineup. I mean, their cleanup hitter is out of the game. 1-2. Pitch is high and outside. We have no information. We've heard nothing about it. You just pray that it's minor. I would be surprised if he's in there tomorrow. Normally, especially with the off day Thursday, give it a couple days. But for an offense, it's already searching. 2-2, strike 3 called. He wants to challenge. It was close.
The pitch is called a strike. The batter is challenging.
And here comes the ruling, an important one here in Minneapolis, and it's a strike right there.
The call is confirmed. Boston has 1 challenge remaining.
Well, that's just emotions getting the best of a young hitter. And it wasn't close. I'm wrong. That was middle.
That was like 2 baseball lengths inside the strike zone.
9th strikeout for Abel. And this becomes one of those moments where you'd like Abreu to stay patient, but you also, it seems like he almost needs to do something dramatic here. He grounds one hard to first, and on one hop it's caught by Clemens, and that ends dealing loud contact. But so far, another really frustrating night for the Red Sox. We go to the bottom of the 6th, 5-0 Twins in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you manage procurement for multiple facilities, every order matters. But when it's for a hospital system, they matter even more. Grainger gets it and knows there's no time for managing multiple suppliers and no room for shipping delays. That's why Grainger offers millions of products in fast, dependable delivery, so you can keep your facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a musical-obsessed couple. You book a dazzling hotel in the Big Apple, 5 stars, with a balcony for your big solo. If Broadway buffs can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
After this brutal winter in New England, spring is right around the corner. It's time to think about your lawn. At Seascape Lawn Care, we've been a trusted local lawn care company for more than 35 years. Right now, when you book your spring service before April 1st, you get your first application free. To thank our loyal Seascape customers, with your first referral of a friend or neighbor this spring, we'll give you a $50 bonus. Call 1-800-294-LAWN or visit seascapeinc.com today.
Christian Arcan Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Jack Anderson continues in the game. Brooks Lee, left-handed hitter, lines one into left field, but Roman has got a chance over to his right. He's there to make the play. It's a 4 up and 4 down for Jack Anderson. A couple things unusual about this debut for this young man. I mean, he had to race up here after the craziness of yesterday. You don't often debut on your first day in the major leagues. Alex Cora really likes to give guys a chance to get settled and normalized, but they had no choice tonight. This is why he's here. Pitch to Tristan Gray is a strike on the inside corner, and the other part of it is, normally, when you get through a first inning like that, you're done. But not when you're the long guy here to save the bullpen. 0-1. Here's the pitch. Check swing. He definitely went around. That was a great curveball, and it's 0-2. His family was standing and going crazy in the first inning. Now they're seated. They get it all in stride.
You go out there, you strike out the side for your debut. Where do you go from there? You can strike everybody out.
0-2. He strikes him out. Gray is gone. That's pretty cool. 5 up, 5 down. It'll bring up Byron Buxton.
I mean, you can try to strike everybody out. He's doing a pretty good job of it so far. The stuff plays. It really does. A lot of depth on that pitch.
Well, it goes without saying this is another really rough night. Gray got hit hard, was not sharp. Contreras is out with an injury. Duran kind of got into it with a fan. Here's Buxton, who's been so good in this series. He's homered and singled twice. He takes a pitch up for ball 1.
He's been really aggressive early in counts.
Infield plays him to pull. 1-0. High with a fastball. I wouldn't blame him for staying away from Buxton. Bullpen report brought to you by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit newenglandmetalroofing.com and never re-roof again. 2-0 the pitch. High fly in the left field. It is way back, and Buxton has done it again off the third deck. Second homer of the night, third of the series. He is white hot. And the Twins lead at 6-0.
Tried to elevate the first 2 pitches of the at-bat. Wasn't biting, got 2-0, and then got a breaking ball down. Was able to get the barrel to it. Drove it out of the ballpark.
He'd been scuffling coming in, no longer. So here now Trevor Larnach. Pitch. He has a strike on the inside corner. But again, it bears repeating. The score is now 6-0. They're going to ride Anderson, and this is why he's here.
You have to.
0-1 is a little bit outside. Connolly early will pitch the day game finale tomorrow. Yeah, it wasn't a horrible pitch from Anderson at all. It was below the zone, but Buxton is seeing grapefruits right now.
It's a really good job of getting to that slider.
1-1. Down it. And he goes through these stretches, Lenny, Buxton, where you think, had he been healthy, he'd be an inner circle Hall of Famer. He's having fun. He's so hot. 2-1. Foul back. Elevated a fastball there, and it's 2-2.
You never forget your first strikeout, and you never forget your first home run.
Well, I mean, if you're going to give it up to anybody.
It's going to be the same story. It's all good.
4 strikeouts. A homer, a line out, 2 down to Larnach. Anderson trying to get through this inning. He throws. And at first big league homer surrendered. You maybe get a little more tentative.
Yeah, I mean, you strike out the first 3. You're thinking, oh, man, this is pretty easy. This whole big league thing.
Probably doesn't take that long to figure out it's not.
It's difficult.
6-0 Twins. 2 outs. The pitch. Line looper into shallow right field. Out Kiner Falefa in Abreu. He slides and he made the play. He dropped it on the transfer. That is definitely a catch. And the umpires say that it was. I mean, Wellier has made 2 more Gold Glove plays here tonight. That's a big one behind Anderson. The Twins thinking about it. They will not look. It is 6-0 after 6. Twins lead on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you manage procurement for multiple facilities, every order matters. But when it's for a hospital system, they matter even more. Grainger gets it and knows there's no time for managing multiple suppliers and no room for shipping delays. That's why Grainger offers millions of products in fast, dependable delivery, so you can keep your facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a parent with teens. You find a spacious vacation home where you can all be together, if they want, and a private sauna, if they don't. If an eager parent can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
With the new year upon us, there's no better time to take control of your finances. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
There's nothing like my American Express Platinum card. I love that I can earn hotel credits when I travel. I can also earn Resi credits, so you know I'm hitting the restaurants everyone's talking about. Plus, with the digital entertainment credit, I'm even more excited to catch my favorite shows. All in all, I can access over $3,500 in annual value with benefits and eligible purchases across travel, entertainment, and more. Learn more at americanexpress.com/explore-platinum. Enrollment requirements, monthly and other limits and terms apply.
It's cozy season, and nothing compares to wrapping yourself in a Minky Couture blanket. Luxuriously soft, perfectly warm, thoughtfully made. From movie nights to chilly mornings, Minky Couture turns everyday moments into pure comfort. Once you feel it, you'll understand why it's called the original best blanket ever. Visit minkycouture.com or a store near you and make this cozy season your softest one yet.
Hi, this is Trevor Story. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Trevor Story leads it off as we go to the top of the 7th. Red Sox not having a lot of fun here tonight. They trail 6-0. Story waits the pitch. Strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Lower back tightness, the official word from the Red Sox on Contreras, 0-1. Soft ground ball foul on the third base side. Arbella Insurance Foundation, dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Every strikeout from a Sox pitcher during this year, Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. They're here for the Jimmy Fund and here for good. Trevor tonight is struck out and grounded out. Trying to get anything going. The Sox with only 4 hits tonight. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Mick Abel's got 10 strikeouts tonight.
He just continues to go after the Red Sox. You can see the plan. Get ahead, stay ahead. Using the fastball to set up those secondary pitches. He's going up with the fastball. Change up, a ton of arm side movement, slider, glove side.
Twins have got action going in their bullpen. Abel in a groove as Duran grounds one softly to first. It's handled by Clemens, flips to the pitcher, and on his 85th pitch, McAbel gets out number 2. Subaru New England scoreboard. Let love bloom in a 2026 Subaru. Get yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Angels still lead the Yankees 7-0. Brewers over the Blue Jays 3-2. Tampa Bay does lead the White Sox 6-3, and the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 9th have just beaten the Orioles 4-3. 2 down for Narvaez. He takes pitch outside, ball 1. Now look, Alex Cora moved Trevor out of the 2nd spot in the order. Tonight he's batting 6th. Duran down in the 7 hole this evening. 1-0. Strike. It's hard to fathom what they do if Contreras is gone for a little while. I mean, there just are not a lot of easy answers. The first one will be that Yoshida will play more. They got to find a way to do that. 1-1 is a little outside. The problem, of course, Lenny, is that the way the roster is, Contreras is not an outfielder. They still have this surplus of guys who play the outfield. But, I mean, these days, Yoshida looks like their best hitter other than Abreu.
As far as contact is concerned, we talk about having that guy in the lineup, the feared hitter, and what that does as far as protection, helping other guys get good pitches to hit. And you were talking about a guy that is just has really been the lightning rod for this Red Sox club as far as getting them to go when they need to.
2-2 to Carlos Narvaez. He's cooled off big time at the plate. Struck out twice tonight. 2-2. He got him again. 11 strikeouts for Mick Abel. This is why they traded for him. Red Sox are gone very quickly. 7th inning stretch brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. All 7s after 6-1-7. All Twins tonight on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
If you work in university maintenance, Grainger considers you an MVP because your playbook ensures your arena is always ready for tip-off. And Grainger is your trusted partner, offering the products you need all in one place, from HVAC and plumbing supplies to lighting and more, and all delivered with plenty of time left on the clock, so your team always gets the win. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, visit Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Come closer to the heart of Vermont. At the Woodstock Inn and Resort, you'll find true connection in the timeless elegance of our accommodations and the locally sourced cuisine we prepare. Discover luxury in everything you experience and to come closer to what matters. WoodstockInn.com.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a parent with teens. You find a spacious vacation home where you can all be together, if they want, and a private sauna, if they don't. If an eager parent can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action.
Jack Anderson continues in the game as we go to the bottom of the seventh, and he misses with a curveball. Outside to Josh Bell for ball one. Rivalry report, Yankees do trail the Angels 7-0. Sponsored by River Spring Residences, setting a new standard for memory care in New York City. The 1-0, a little bit high with the fastball. 877-833-79-RIVER or riverspringresidences.org/radio to schedule a tour. Really a tough night for the Red Sox. 2-0. Pitch outside. Coming into the year, Lenny, we would have said that out of camp, two guys you could least afford to lose, Garrett Crochet and Roman Anthony. I think that's probably still the case. 3-0. Pitch. Strike on the inside corner. But the way that the Red Sox went about their offseason, the way they built this roster, they did not bring in a surplus of power hitters. And so it's not that hard to argue that Wilson is next in line. 3-1 is a strike on the inside corner. They are searching so badly for power, and without him, it gets even harder.
You know, he definitely brings power to the table. It's a guy who's had 6 seasons with 20 or more home runs. But more than that, I mean, he's just been an on-base machine. When a team that's struggling to do that.
3-2 popped up. Foul side of third. Durbin gives a look, but it's out of play. And it's really hard to be the energizer and be the leader if you're not in there.
And he has been the leader, and that happened organically. You got a new guy in the clubhouse, and it's just relatively quickly, people just, they've taken to him.
You just really hope it's a little tightness and nothing more than that. 3-2 to Josh Bell. Jack Anderson throws. And a ground ball on the right side, backhanded by Monasterio. He's good everywhere he plays defensively. Steps on the first base bag. And there's one away. Good job by Anderson. First time in the major leagues to cover first base.
It's a good job staying in that at bat as well. You know, going 3-0, getting back to 3-2 and getting the ball on the ground.
Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. Every Nissan designed for people who refuse to settle for less. Take life by the wheel and drive it like you mean it. Anderson's taken life by the wheel tonight. That's a good slider to Matt Wallner for strike one.
Right, a lot of firsts for him today. What else can he check off the list?
First outing, first strikeout, first home run yielded as Wallner swings over the top of a really good splitter, and it's 0-2. I think the Red Sox may want to walk Buxton tomorrow. I mean, he's that hot. Connolly early takes the ball. Trying to salvage the series finale, barring a big-time comeback. 0-2. Soft ground ball on the right side. Monasterio thought about it. He lets Kiner Falefa make the throw to first, and it's just in time. And they're 2 down.
Great job by Monasterio right there. There's a guy that doesn't get a ton of playing time. He's at first base right now, but knowing when to go to your right to go get that ball, when not to. Split-second decision.
So 2 down. Here's Victor Caratini batting left. The pitch right in there. Anderson looks good. Strike one. Red Sox need something to turn here these next few days. And by the way, it does not get easier. After this series in Minneapolis, the schedule's brutal for the next couple weeks. And a lot of AL East foes, the 0-1 in the dirt. So you come home off day Thursday. Friday, the Tigers for 4, wrap around into Patriots Day. And then 3 with the Yankees. Off you go to Baltimore for 3 and in Toronto for 3.
Good news is nobody in the AL East is running away with it at this point.
No, they're not. 1-1. Driven high and deep down the right field line, but foul. Laser beam out of play. And it is 1-2. And as I said a little bit earlier, Lenny, they're not. And so unlike the first week where you're 5.5 games back, 7 games in, at some point that's a little immaterial. They got to play better. 1-2. Chopper foul off the end of the bat.
They can get hot during that run of AL East teams. You know, they can create a little bit of separation right there.
I forgot to tell you all the things that you'd love about Mick Abel. He was too busy striking out Red Sox hitters. 1-2. The pitch is a little bit low. So he, like you, is a cat lover. But,
like all animals.
Well, sure. But he took it to another level. He's got 2 pet cats, Ralph and Rory. Yeah. And he created an Instagram account for them.
I like that guy. Ralph and Rory.
Whether or not he's got a leopard gecko, unknown. 2-2 pitch. Looper foul on the third base side. Now to play.
There's something about naming your pet just like a human name. Like, that's my Labrador Jim. You know, like, there's something to that. It's hilarious.
You met my dachshund Luis? 2-2 to Caratini. Pitch is a little bit low, and the count is full.
And I've always wanted a Scotty, so I can name him Sean. My dachshund.
Oh, man. How great was Celebrity Jeopardy with Sean Connery? The 3-2 pitch comes home, and it's a grounded to second. Kiner Falefa's been busy. He always goes to a knee, it seems. He makes the play, throws to first in time. The pen is mighty. We go to the 8th inning. 6-0. Twins lead the Red Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you manage procurement for multiple facilities, every order matters. But when it's for a hospital system, they matter even more. Grainger gets it and knows there's no time for managing multiple suppliers and no room for shipping delays. That's why Grainger offers millions of products in fast, dependable delivery, so you can keep your facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a musical-obsessed couple. You book a dazzling hotel in the Big Apple, 5 stars, with a balcony for your big solo. If Broadway buffs can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Every Nissan Frontier is battle-tested. Its frame is twisted. Its door slammed 13,920 times. And its bed drop-tested over and over. We do all that to the V6-powered Frontier, so you never have to hold back. Nissan, ranked #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
On Aspire with Emma Grede, I sit down with people who don't just dream big, they build big. From Mark Cuban to Mel Robbins, we talk about mindset, ambition, and the work that actually moves the needle. Listen to Aspire with me, Emma Grede, an Odyssey podcast available now.
Create a space you can't wait to be in. It all starts at Frank Webb Home. With personal service and expert guidance at our local showrooms, we can help you find the bath, kitchen, and lighting solutions you need to enhance your space. With more selection and more expertise. Personal service to help you find your personal style. Visit frankwebb.com to schedule a free consultation in one of our 48 showrooms across the Northeast. Make yourself at home at Frank Webb Home.
Your smart speaker to play, 93.7 WEEI. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Shaw's and Star Market have your chance to attend the world's biggest soccer games at Boston Stadium. Learn more at shaws.com or starmarket.com/soccer sweeps.
Taylor Rogers, left-hander, whose brother is the right-hander Submariner. They spent time together in San Francisco, but now back in the place where it all began. Rogers with the Twins. We'll see Kiner Falefa, Roman Anthony, and Caleb Durbin strike on the outside corner. Alex Cora thinks the Red Sox are going to score 7 runs in this inning because he's got Aroldis Chapman up in the bullpen.
Like the confidence.
He needs to throw. It's been a week for him. A 1. It's ground ball foul on the third base side. Wouldn't that be great? I mean, it's been a total one-sided couple of days here in Minneapolis. See if Kiner Falefa can find a way, but he's behind 0-2. Rogers is in the game because Anthony and Yoshida due up. If anybody reaches, 0-2. High pop-up into left field. Over comes Larnach, out Lee and Gray, and the Twin left fielder. And foul ground is there to make the play. And it's out number 1. And here now Roman. Red Sox do not have a run yet tonight. Twins with 6. Boston out hit 10-4 game score. Brought to you by Veg ER, official emergency veterinarian partner of the Boston Red Sox. Here's Roman. 1 for 3 tonight. Takes strike 1 in the outside corner.
That's been the story all night. Twins pitchers have been getting ahead consistently.
Well, Abel was awesome. Did everything he wanted. 0-1. Liner foul. Left field side and out of play. Caleb Durbin is out on deck. He'd be next. He had some mint green batting gloves earlier tonight. He was very pleased to roll out, but 0 for 3. He's gone back to the previous white on white. 0-2 to Roman. 1 down, top 8. Pitch just outside. Not all is lost. We got the treasure hunt trail mix again. Why do orange M&Ms taste better than the other colors? I don't understand that.
Do they taste different?
No.
What am I missing?
1 and 2. Psychosomatic. Here's a
because they're Skittles.
Foul. Yeah. I really, the one thing I don't like in the trail mix is like the only good thing for you, which is the raisins. I really wish it were just the peanuts, cashews, and the M&Ms. Red are pretty good too. 1 and 2 to Roman. Rogers throws, and Roman swings and fouls it just out of the middle. Caratini, he wanted to hold on to that. He does not. Roman, one of Abel's 10 strikeout victims tonight. The numbers for the Red Sox offense the last couple of years are black and white. If they strike out 10 or more times, they lose. 1 and 2. Set up away from Roman. The pitch is outside off the plate. It's 2 and 2.
I mean, Abel just put on a clinic today. Just an absolute great job getting ahead, letting the ball move all over the place, both sides.
2 and 2. Pitch. High pop foul. On play. I mean, he was good. His stuff is good. But that's happened too often early in this season where a pitcher has had his best outing of the year. And for Anthony, you have no doubt he'll turn it around. But so far, the strikeouts have been a real concern. 2 and 2. Pitch. Swinging a line drive into left field. That's down. It might be extra bases. Roman makes the turn at first. He's thinking about it. Throw is cut off with a foot first slide. I think Jose David Flores kind of wanted him to hang out there at first, but Roman was smelling extra bases. And he's got a 1-out double. He looks to the Red Sox third base dugout and says, I got no time for the celebration that was born out of my own TikTok video. He basically just did like a half-hearted salute.
Well, I like the swing, especially with 2 strikes right there, being able to sit, let it get deep and drive the ball the other way, get in the air.
His third double of the year is Caleb Durbin, trying to keep the line moving, takes a pitch outside for ball 1. Massa is due out on deck. You got Cedon on the bench. We'll see what happens here with Durbin. It's still a 6-run lead. The pitch is pop foul. Alex is so good at navigating these things where I think if it were 3-0, 2-0, there'd be zero doubt. But Massa never plays with the way the roster is. So in some ways, he's had a couple of hits tonight. You ride with him. And save stayed on for a spot where power might be needed later. 1-1, strike on the outside corner. Like if the Red Sox really keep this rally going, there are a lot of places later on where you might use it.
If you could get it done with one swing, that's when you want Rafaela.
All right, Caleb Durbin is challenging this here, and he's right. Well, that is,
The call is overturned. Boston has one challenge remaining.
That's a big spot there, and that's a horrible miss by Lance Barrett. He's had a good zone tonight, I think, but that one was 3 inches up above the zone. So now 2-1 to Durbin. Good challenge. 6-0. Anthony at second with one down. Pitch. Durbin takes another ball. That's good stuff there. I think the frustrating part in this series, Lenny, in addition to just the piling up of runs, is that the Twins bullpen is not very good. And the Red Sox have not seen much of it. 3-1. Here's the pitch. Durbin takes ball 4. Good stuff for Caleb. So now Yoshida will face the lefty with 2 on and 1 out.
It goes back to that 1-1 challenge right there. The difference between a 1-2 and a 2-1 is pretty significant.
Yeah, great challenge. Lenny, you're about to get christened. How about it?
Okay, well, that walk is brought to you by Northside Adult Diapers. For even the heaviest control problems, visit northshore.com.
I'm not really in the mood to laugh, to be honest.
It's been that kind of couple days.
Couple runs in here, we'll talk. All right, here's Yoshida, left on left. 2 for 3 tonight, and he takes a ball outside. Now, this is a spot where it is highlighted how much you miss Wilson Contreras because he would be next. Instead, it's Monasterio. 1-0. Runners at first and second. The pitch. High fly into left field. It just hangs up for Larnach out there. He comes on. He makes the play. And they're 2 away. So it appears that Jack Anderson's major league debut is done. And super impressive for him. He does give up the homer to Buxton, but it comes on. Tough spot. Strikes out the side. A night he'll never forget. Here now, Andrew Monasterio. 2 on 2 out for him, trying to keep this rally going. Pitch. Strike on the inside corner.
Getting back to what you were saying before, as far as pinch hitting Rafaela, you want to put him in there when he can change the game with one swing. Right now, you're just looking for base runners. Get someone to get on base, pass the baton.
Pitch is low. I think Alex Cora, in some ways, picks 1 or 2 hitters per night that he might use somebody for. And a good example tonight would be somebody like IKF. If it's later in the game, makes a lot of sense. Abreu's out on deck. You'd love to have him hit here. 1-1 to Monasterio. Pitch is swung on a miss. Man, fooled badly by a sweeper there. It is 1-2. Anthony's double. It's more good news for the American Diabetes Association. $50 donated, brought to you in part by Mass Health Connector. Go to mahealthconnector.org to find the right plan for you and your family. 1-2 is strike 3 called. He knew it. You can't take that pitch in that spot. Cannot. Hitting over 6-0, bottom 8 next on the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
If you work in university maintenance, Grainger considers you an MVP because your playbook ensures your arena is always ready for tip-off. And Grainger is your trusted partner, offering the products you need all in one place, from HVAC and plumbing supplies to lighting and more, and all delivered with plenty of time left on the clock, so your team always gets the win. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, visit Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a merman. You find a beach resort for your mer family with a plunge pool, a wave pool, and yoga. What? Mermen do yoga too. If a merman can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Come closer to the heart of Vermont. At the Woodstock Inn and Resort, you'll find true connection in the timeless elegance of our accommodations and the locally sourced cuisine we prepare. Discover luxury in everything you experience and to come closer to what matters. WoodstockInn.com.
With the American Express Platinum Card, you can access over $3,500 in annual value with benefits and eligible purchases across travel, entertainment, and more. There's nothing like Platinum. Learn more at americanexpress.com/explore-platinum. Enrollment requirements, monthly and other limits and terms apply.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Well, Aroldis Chapman is on in a spot you wouldn't expect. I mean, he hadn't thrown in a week, but the Red Sox trailing 6-0. They got away with winning a series in St. Louis without him. And here he is facing Cody Clemens in the bottom of the 8th inning. 6-0 Twins. The big left-hander throws. And a fastball. He's right there for his strike. His fastball was down last time, so 97 there is encouraging. Pitching change brought to you by JetBlue. Proud to be the official airline of Boston sports. Book now at JetBlue.com.
It's always a test when your closer comes in when you're down by 6.
It is. 0-1 is fouled off. He just wants to feel healthy, and he's got to get work in. Now, the Red Sox really want him to have a short inning. Have the up and down sensation, get heated up, and then sit down and be ready for what they hope will be a save situation tomorrow. 0-2 to Cody Clemens. Pitch is fouled back. Slider at 88. And I would think, Lenny, in this spot, he wants to be efficient, but having not pitched in a week, it's not a save situation. He might mess around a little bit more, try to get feel for all of his pitches. 0-2. That is high with a fastball. Like, I would be a little surprised. By the way, that was 99. I'd be surprised if we didn't see a splitter or two here tonight, too.
Yeah, it's about getting your work in, which entails using all your pitches, feeling the grips out there.
1-2. Here it is. And a high pop-up. Foul of first. That will get into the stands, out of play. So it stays 1-2. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. Every Nissan designed for people who refuse to settle for less. So take life by the wheel and drive it like you mean it. Visit NissanUSA.com for your local dealer.
Seen a couple sliders this at bat. You're seeing a split, most likely going to happen versus a right-handed hitter.
1-2. Pitch just outside. Fastball, 2-2.
That was 99.
Yeah, the arm is there. As always, he sets up on the third base side of the rubber. 2-2. Pitch hits him. That's not the guy you want to get hit by. In the hands of Cody Clemens, he looks all right walking down the first base line. Heard the attendance, pretty impressive figure given what we were expecting. It was north of 16,000. It's brought to you by Crispy Crunchy Chicken, the official fried chicken of the Red Sox, and available right here. Well, not right here, but at our ballpark at Fenway. You can get your location nearest you at crispycrunchy.com. And the Orioles behind the 8 ball in their game, too. Here's the pitch to Brooks Lee. Batting for the right side, it's fouled straight back. Baltimore has fallen. They lost to Merrill Kelly in the D-backs, so Baltimore 9-8. Red Sox staring at a 6-11 record after this one. Not the way anybody expected it to go. 0-1. Pitch. Swing and a miss.
Leaving St. Louis, there was a little bit of optimism. You're thinking, okay, they could come home at 500.
It's not worked out. And it started with the pitching. Crochet and Gray really fighting it. 0-2. Tigers and Yankees coming to Fenway starting Friday. 0-2. Pop foul. First base side. That was 99 again.
Curious to see if they get anybody up in the bullpen. You want Chapman to be ready. Getting work's one thing, but getting tired's another.
Just thinking the same. Maybe somebody like Coulombe could get up for the second time. I think if he struggles to get outs, that'll happen. 0-2. In the dirt. Slider, and it's a ball and 2 strikes.
He's about to throw his 12th pitch. Nobody out right now. I mean, I can't imagine they'd want him throwing more than 18 to 20 pitches.
Yeah, I mean, I would think something like 25 would be the exact upper limit, like a non-negotiable he's done. 1-2. 1 on, none out. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him there with a great slider. And there's one away. The Brewers lead the Blue Jays 4-3 in the bottom of the 8th. Toronto, where the loss would fall to 6-10. Amazingly crowded and to this point sort of underachieving AL East.
Something's in the water out east.
Here's Tristan Gray, left-handed hitter. Chapman throws. And he missed his target, but clips the inside corner with a strike, 0-1.
Chapman's not exactly a ground ball pitcher, but that would be a great end to his inning if he could get one right here.
How many times in his life has he pitched out of the bullpen trailing by 6? Here's a check swing foul on the third base side. Not many.
And that's always the story, right? When closers go in and they're not in safe situations, they're not the same guy. They're not the same animal out there. There's just a difference.
In the best possible way, they're psychos. And they feed off that adrenaline.
Yes.
1-2. Here's the pitch. That's high. The velocity, though, is encouraging. And I think we'll all be sort of holding our breath when Garrett takes the ball on Sunday against the Tigers. His fastball down a little bit yesterday. 2 days yesterday, I should say. 1-2. Chapman throws. And a swing and a miss. Really good slider. And they're 2 away. It's almost like we know what we're talking about, Lenny, because right now Zach Kelly is up and throwing in the Red Sox bullpen.
Yeah, he's at 16 pitches right now.
Well, how about this matchup? Byron Buxton, who's homered twice tonight, 3 times in the series, facing Chapman the pitch. Swing and a miss. He wanted to make it 3 in a game. Power on power, 0-1.
This is worth sticking around for. He took a hack right there. Woo.
0-1. He's also 4 for 4, Buxton. In this series, he's raised his average almost 100 points. Here, he takes down and in. Buxton in his career is 0 for 2 with a walk against Chapman. One on, 2 out. Ball and a strike. Pitch is a strike, bottom of the zone.
Well, it's not a safe situation, but Chapman is feeling this at bat because the first pitch was 99, and then it was 100, and then 100.
Pretty good. 1-2. Chapman throws. Buxton takes a ball. He did check his swing. And it's 2-2. He does have a 3-home run game. It came August of 2017 in Toronto. Trying to do it again right here. 2-2 from Chapman. Pitch. Lowe. Chapman wanted that one. A long look in, and Narvaez is going to challenge. I think this is his last hitter no matter what.
Has to be.
3-2 to Buxton. Here's the pitch. And it is strike 3 called on the outside corner. He does get Buxton to end the inning. One more crack for the Red Sox, trailing 6-0. Top 9 next in the Shaw's N-Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a merman. You find a beach resort for your mer family with a plunge pool, a wave pool, and yoga. What? Mermen do yoga too. If a merman can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
If you work in university maintenance, Grainger considers you an MVP because your playbook ensures your arena is always ready for tip-off. And Grainger is your trusted partner, offering the products you need all in one place, from HVAC and plumbing supplies to lighting and more, and all delivered with plenty of time left on the clock, so your team always gets the win. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, visit Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get a jump on next summer with Vrbo's early booking deals. Don't wait to claim your dream summer spot, whether that includes a good porch swing or a poolside lounger. When you book early, you get the best places at the best prices. But back to poolside loungers. With Vrbo, you don't have to reserve any loungers. They're all yours. In fact, the whole private home is yours. Book with early booking deals, and you can lounge around all summer long however you please. Book with Vrbo.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Veg ER for Pets has revolutionized the pet emergency experience. Not only will you see an experienced veterinarian right away, but you will stay with your pet the entire time. Visit veg.com to find the location nearest you. Veg ER for Pets is the official emergency veterinarian group of Red Sox Radio.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
6-0. We go to the top of the 9th inning. Red Sox not having a lot of fun in the Twin Cities. Cole Sands is on for the 7th time. He's got a 5.06 ERA. You'll see Abreu, Story, and Duran. Pitch. Strike on the outside corner. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. Every Nissan designed for people who refuse to settle for less. So take life by the wheel and drive it like you mean it. 0-1. Pitch. Chopper foul. Very interested to see what Alex Cora is going to do with the lineup tomorrow. I mean, he will not likely have Contreras. Everyone will wait to hear his status. He left the game with lower back tightness. Obviously, a difficult test to reshuffle the outfield at all times. Massa 2 more hits tonight. Cedon will almost certainly be in there after the day off. Simeon, Woods, Richardson, a right-hander, will throw.
We can assume that Massa will be back in the lineup.
I would think so. 0-2. Pitch is a chopper inside the bag, fair at first. And send Clemens to the bag out number 1. Where it gets a little complicated is that against a righty, you want Anthony and Duran and Abreu in there. You would think anyway. And so then if you want Yoshida to DH, does Cedon come and play a little second base? They have not really floated that as a choice. Here's Trevor Story. 1 out in the 9th. The pitch is fouled. And look, it's not like Massa's hitting homers and slugging the ball all over the place, but for an offense that's finding its way, he's on base all the time. 0-1. And Marcelo will play tomorrow for sure. He'll play second. The 0-1 Story fouls one back to the screen. And it is 0-2.
He's an offense that only got 5 hits tonight. You want to do anything you can to get base runners on.
For the second straight night, just about the only encouraging thing is that Roman Anthony's looked good at the plate.
Absolutely. Starting to see him drive the baseball.
Story after the 4-hit game in St. Louis is 1 for 7 here. 0-2. Top 9 in mini. Pitch outside with a slider. Red Sox, no runs, 5 hits, no errors, 7 left. 6-10 and none for the Twins. Check of the game score brought to you by Veg ER, official emergency veterinarian of the Boston Red Sox. 1-2. Ground ball on the left side, backhanded off the glove of the shortstop Lee. They should give Trevor a hit there. That was so hard and far into the hole, and they won't. They're going to score that in error? Come on.
Just didn't travel that far away from his position. That's the only guess I can make as far as why.
So a runner is aboard. It's going to take a perfect plant and throw off balance to first base to get Story. But they scored an error. And here's Duran. Pitch to him is a strike on the inside corner.
Pitchers today for the Twins, that's what they've done. They've gotten strike one all day.
Boston has not been shut out yet this year. 0-1. Pitch is fouled back. You know, Jaron's going to get asked about it after the game, his sort of interaction down that first base line with the fan. He's just been in the spotlight so often for things like that. You know, the Red Sox dying for him to continue to emerge as a leader. 0-2. 1 on, 1 out. Top 9, trailing by 6. Pitch is a shot into left center field, but Buxton is so good out there. He glides back into his right. And the Red Sox are down to their last out.
Yeah, you play the game long enough, you hear everything, right? You just have to be able to zone it out, put the blinders on, and concentrate on what you can control and what you can do to help the club. Anytime you're focused on what's happening in the crowd, you're not concentrating on what you can do and what you can control.
Here's Carlos Narvaez. Trevor goes. He'll reach on indifference. Strike on the outside corner. And Lenny, we can understand it. It's not easy. You're in the theater. People are saying unspeakable things to you. But you just have to find a way. I think the thing that will frustrate the Red Sox is that we all know it's not the first time. 0-1. Popped foul. Out of play on the first base side. Just a few rows in, and the Red Sox are down to their final strike.
You know, and I was in the bullpen most of my career. And that's you're standing there static, you're not even warming up.
Easy target.
And guys are, 3-4 feet away from you yelling all kinds of obscenities. That's one thing. But, when you're running down the first baseline, booking it, trying to get a base hit and running to the dugout, it's another.
And as we all know, all these things magnified when you're losing. 6-0 Twins. Top 9, 2 down. Story at second. Narvaez in an 0-2 hole. Sands is ready. He throws. Narvaez swings and fouls it back. He's trying to avoid the old golden sombrero. He struck out 3 times tonight. Unfortunately for Carlos, that is now 6 consecutive at-bats in which he has fanned. You can bet, especially with the day game, Connor is going to play tomorrow. 0-2. Again, the pitch comes home, and it's just outside. Slider. And it's 1-2.
They're not giving him anything on the inner half. Everything's just been away all series.
One and two. Sands is at the belt. He throws, and Narvaez takes strike 3 on the outside corner, and 2 nights in a row. Huge frustration for the Red Sox. They fall tonight 6-0. Another really shaky start from Sonny Gray. Wilson Contreras down with an injury, and the Red Sox teetering in the Twin Cities. Nissan Postgame Show is next on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a parent with teens. You find a spacious vacation home where you can all be together, if they want, and a private sauna, if they don't. If an eager parent can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
When you manage procurement for multiple facilities, every order matters. But when it's for a hospital system, they matter even more. Grainger gets it and knows there's no time for managing multiple suppliers and no room for shipping delays. That's why Grainger offers millions of products in fast, dependable delivery, so you can keep your facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up? It's Draymond Green, back for my 14th NBA season and the new season of my podcast, The Draymond Green Show. Unfiltered takes, real hoop talk, and big-time guests. There's no holding back, on the court or on the mic. Follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts.
All natural chicken is now on sale for just $1.99 a pound at Shaw's and Star Market. Yes, get Value Pack's Signature Select Boneless Chicken Breast or Thighs for $1.99 a pound when you use a digital coupon. Limit 2. Use the Shaw's app for coupon deals like this, rewards points, and delicious recipes in Shaw's Meals Hub, like Greek garlic chicken and potatoes with sauteed lemon spinach. Order online and get free curbside pickup, or choose delivery. Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860.
You're listening to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. This is the Nissan Postgame Show. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
Not a good start to this three-game series in Minneapolis. The Sox have dropped the first two and a lot of parallels between them, starting with the men who began the game on the mound. 6-0 the final here this evening. 6 runs, 10 hits, no errors, and 7 left for the Twins. No runs, 6 hits, no errors, and 7 left for the Red Sox. Abel, the winner, he was really good with 10 strikeouts. Sonny was not at his best. He gets the loss. 2 hours and 35 minutes in front of 16,222. Lenny, Twins are on a heater offensively. They're swinging the bats well. Abel now with 13 consecutive scoreless innings. So there are reasons that the momentum favored the Twins, I guess, but not much to be happy about at all from this effort from the Red Sox.
Yeah, you leave St. Louis winning your second straight series, and then you come into this series with a ton of optimism, but it just proves that this team is going to go with where they pitch. If they're not going to be able to get deep into games, if they struggle on the mound, there's really not much offensively they can do about it. Yeah, you're going to pass the baton, you're going to hit line drives, but there's really nobody in the lineup right now that can change the complexion of a game with one swing. You got to be able to go out there and put together better at-bats. They were 0-2 all night, 0-2, 1-2 all night. And that's a feather in Abel's cap because he was lights out, making the ball move, getting ahead, staying ahead, pitching on the offensive all night. And Sonny Gray, unfortunately, was 2-0, 2-1 all night, fighting something mechanically. His release point was off, and they just couldn't get it done.
Well, and the news just gets worse because if they have anybody who so far has shown that they can change a game with one swing, it's Wilson Contreras. And he's been really hot. And he goes down with lower back tightness. So a lineup that was already fighting it, Lenny, and if you just have to be fair, a lineup that's searching for power and thin on right-handed hitters loses perhaps their most important one of those.
Yeah, that's an absolute blow to the Red Sox offense, not having a guy that, like you said, has the pop potential in the lineup, but, getting on base consistently. This is a guy that's been a machine as far as getting on base. It's a guy that's been steady hands at first base on a team where you need defensive play, defensive consistency. And we'll see what happens. We don't know how bad it is as far as the lower back is concerned. We're going to find out here in the next day or two. We'll see. Probably out of the lineup tomorrow with the day off the next day. But just a lot of bad news coming out of today's match.
Lastly, Christian Arcan's going to have the Nissan postgame show in a moment. This is sort of a symbol of what you worried about a little bit with this club, is that now offensively there's even more pressure on Roman. And now tomorrow Connolly Early's got a big task ahead of him. I mean, to ask a second-year pitcher, essentially a rookie, to play the role of stopper against this red-hot offense that has torched some of the best left-handed pitchers in the whole game, it's a lot to ask of a young man, no matter how composed he is.
It is, and he's going to have to rely on that composure, and, you know, the format's there. How is he successful? This is a kid last time out, struggled with his secondary pitches. That's what happened to Garrett Crochet yesterday. This Minnesota Twins lineup, if they know you can't control your breaking balls, they're going to be searching for fastballs early. And if you're 2-0, 2-1, they're going to be sitting there. They're going to get the barrel on the baseball. So you got to go out there and establish that, okay, here's my fastball, but I have something behind it to keep you off balanced.
It's a 1:40 East Coast time, starts at 12:40 here in Minneapolis. You almost never see that. Let's go.
Yeah.
Get on the plane and get out of here.
Be home a little earlier.
I love it. So, yeah, it's Early and Simeon Woods Richardson. That means you can listen to the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show beginning at 12:40. Well, before we go, it's lost in the big picture, but I never want to ignore a fun and cool big league debut. And that's what we got with Jack Anderson. That was cool. I mean, strikes out the side in his first inning, goes 3 innings. He does allow the homer to Buxton, but that's a night he will not ever forget.
He did exactly what was asked of him. He went out there and filled innings in a day where your starter couldn't go deep. He's going to remember that forever. You know, your first inning in the big leagues, you go out there and strike out the side. Outstanding job for him. And he's going to have a day or two off to think about how well he did.
Maybe even a day or two off down at Worcester. We'll see.
We'll see.
He was here and he did the job, which was all that mattered.
He's a big leaguer forever.
No doubt. Excellent job. But talk about the ultimate silver lining in a sky full of dark clouds right now building over this Red Sox season. They've dropped the first 2 in Minneapolis and a chance to salvage the finale and a 500 road trip tomorrow at 1:40 East Coast time. Jared Wells, awesome again here in Minneapolis. Joe Braverman back at the flagship studio, the executive producer of Red Sox Baseball on the radio. For Lenny Dinardo, Will Fleming saying so long from Minneapolis. Sleep quick. We'll talk to you tomorrow afternoon right here on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a musical-obsessed couple. You book a dazzling hotel in the Big Apple, 5 stars, with a balcony for your big solo. If Broadway buffs can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
If you work in university maintenance, Granger considers you an MVP because your playbook ensures your arena is always ready for tip-off. And Granger is your trusted partner, offering the products you need all in one place, from HVAC and plumbing supplies to lighting and more, and all delivered with plenty of time left on the clock, so your team always gets the win. Call 1-800-GRANGER, visit Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Not in Boston doesn't mean you can't follow the Sox like a local.
The Greg Hill Show goes beyond the national headlines, breaking down lineups, pitching decisions, and roster moves the way someone in the dugout might see.
Every rotation tweak, bullpen usage, and matchup explained with perspective only hometown voices can give you.
Boston sports talk with attitude and honesty. Whether you're in the city or following the Sox from anywhere, we tell it like it is.
Follow The Greg Hill Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
With the American Express Platinum Card, you can access over $3,500 in annual value with benefits and eligible purchases across travel, entertainment, and more. There's nothing like Platinum. Learn more at americanexpress.com/explore-platinum. Enrollment requirements, monthly and other limits and terms apply.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear from an expert, not a voice actor. For instance, the Nissan Frontier is not only powerful and fun to drive, but it's durable too. We added the V6 engines. When you need that power in the off-road, it's there. I know, we've tested it a lot. Now get out there and find your Frontier.
Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on select 2026 Frontier trims. For JD Power 2025 US IQS award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example: 0 down payment, 0% APR for 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. 1.9% APR for 60 months at $1,748 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualified. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 5/4/26.
When you manage procurement for multiple facilities, every order matters. But when it's for a hospital system, they matter even more. Grainger gets it and knows there's no time for managing multiple suppliers and no room for shipping delays. That's why Grainger offers millions of products in fast, dependable delivery, so you can keep your facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
On Aspire with Emma Greed, we talk about mindset, ambition, and the work that actually moves the needle. Listen to Aspire with Emma Greed, available where you get your podcasts.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
The Christian Arcand Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome into the Nissan Postgame Show. Every Nissan is designed for people who refuse to settle for less, so take life by the wheel and drive it like you mean it. Visit NissanUSA.com or your local dealer today. Christian Arcand here with you. Another brutal loss for the Red Sox, another frustrating loss. This time the offense combining with the starting pitching to really the game that they were never in. I know they weren't really in the game yesterday, but you saw them put up a fight, at least at the plate. Not so tonight, as Mick Abel and a couple of relief pitchers combined to shut the Red Sox out. 6-0 your final score. Twins improve to 11-7. The Red Sox fall to 6-11. Not Sonny Gray's night. 4 innings, allowed 5 runs on 9 hits with a walk and a strikeout. Gave up 2 home runs. And the only real nice thing that happened, as you just heard there from Lenny and Will, is that Jack Anderson made his debut. 3 innings, allowed just 1 run on 1 hit. It was a Byron Buxton solo home run, but he did strike out the side in his first inning of Major League work, and that was pretty cool. Shots of his family were definitely cool. Aroldis Chapman pitched because he hasn't pitched in about a week, and he struck out the side in the 8th inning. But yeah, not much going on here with this offense. Held to just 6 hits and no runs. They were 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. And the 5th inning was really the 5th inning of doom. Depending on what this season ends up being, you could maybe trace it right back to that 5th inning. Wilson Contreras leaves the game with back tightness. Jarren Duran grounds out to second, then flips off a fan while he's jogging back to the dugout. And Andrew Monasterio had one of the worst challenges, ABS challenges, you're ever going to see in your life. All of that happening just in the 5th inning. It was really that bad. And, nothing really picked it up other than Anderson and his little moment there. But really, this team's in trouble, folks. We are looking at a team that is potentially on the brink of something here. The Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Tonight, Red Sox pitchers had 8 strikeouts, which means another $400 to the Jimmy Fund to help strike out cancer. Arbella, here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. For every double the Red Sox hit, we'll donate $50 to the American Diabetes Association, brought to you in part by the Massachusetts Health Connector. If you need health insurance, go to mahealthconnector.org and find the right plan for you and your family. 1 double tonight. It was struck off the bat of Roman Anthony, who's starting to bring that average up a little bit, going 2 for 4 on the night. His average now up to 230 with a 338 on-base percentage, which, by the way, doesn't sound like much, but when you look at the rest of the team, an unusual amount of starters in this lineup batting under 200 right now, below the Mendoza line. We'll get to that in a moment as well. For every 4-bagger the Red Sox hit this season, Red Sox Radio Network donates $40 to Cars for Kids. We're making our donation. You should too. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com and donate your car today. That's Cars with a K. Unfortunately, no home runs struck tonight for the Red Sox. Tonight's player of the game is presented by Volvo Cars, the official luxury car luxury vehicle of the Boston Red Sox. Visit your local New England Volvo retailer and take advantage of our limited time offers today. I could go with Buxton here because he was 4 for 5 with a couple home runs, but I'm going to give it to the kid Mick Abel, who went 7 scoreless innings, allowed just 4 hits, and struck out 10 Red Sox batters. But fear not, Byron Buxton fans, you will hear his name in just a moment, a little bit later on in the postgame show, in which we'll have our Subaru of New England postgame scoreboard, our McFarland Energy play of the game, and we'll let you know about tomorrow's setup and how you can tune in, what time the Red Sox will look to try and stop the bleeding here and salvage a win in this 3-game set against the Twins in Minnesota. That's all coming up next here on the Nissan postgame show. Every Nissan is designed for people who refuse to settle for less, so take life by the wheel and drive it like you mean it. Visit nissanusa.com or your local dealer today. We'll be right back.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a bride with commitment issues. You book a nice, safe, reliable hotel. But there's free cancellation just in case. If a nervous bride can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
When you manage procurement for multiple facilities, every order matters. But when it's for a hospital system, they matter even more. Grainger gets it and knows there's no time for managing multiple suppliers and no room for shipping delays. That's why Grainger offers millions of products in fast, dependable delivery, so you can keep your facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Careers.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today. I'm told it's super easy to do at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hi, I'm PJ Vogt, and I want to tell you about my podcast, Search Engine. We try to make sense of the world, one question at a time. No question too big, no question too small. We will even answer your questions if you send them in. Stuff like, what happens when a cemetery goes out of business? What should we do about teens using AI to do their homework? Who buys luggage at the airport luggage store? Follow and listen to Search Engine in partnership with Odyssey, wherever you get your podcasts.
Create a space you can't wait to be in. It all starts at Frank Web Home. With personal service and expert guidance at our local showrooms, we can help you find the bath, kitchen, and lighting solutions you need to enhance your space. With more selection and more expertise. Personal service to help you find your personal style. Visit frankweb.com to schedule a free consultation in one of our 48 showrooms across the Northeast. Make yourself at home at Frank Web Home.
You can donate real estate too. Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let them know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You know what they say. Early bird gets the ultimate vacation home. Book early and save over $120 with Vrbo. Because early gets you closer to the action, whether it's waves lapping at the shore or snoozing in a hammock that overlooks, well, whatever you want it to. So you can all enjoy the payoff come summer with Vrbo's early booking deals. Rise and shine. Average savings $141. Select homes only.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 92.7 WEEI.
First pitch to the bottom of the third is an absolute bomb off the bat of Byron Buxton. He launches one into the fifth row. Moonshot. Second straight day with a homer. It's 2-0 Minnesota.
Welcome back to the Nissan postgame show. Every Nissan is designed for people who refuse to settle for less, so take life by the wheel and drive it like you mean it. Visit nissanusa.com or your local dealer today. What you just heard right there was the first of 2 home runs struck off the bat of Byron Buxton, and that is your McFarland Energy play of the game. Upgrade your air conditioning system before the summer rush at McFarlandEnergy.com. A big night at the dish for Mr. Buxton. A pair of home runs. Mick Abel struck out 10. The Twins shut out the Red Sox by a final score of 6-0. And let's take a look around the rest of the major leagues now with a look at our Subaru of New England scoreboard. Let love bloom in a 2026 Subaru. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Some finals to tell you about. We'll start in Atlanta, where the Braves topped the Marlins by a final of 6-5. The Angels blew out the Yankees tonight, 7-1 your final score. Mike Trout homering for the 3rd time in 2 games. Him, Joe Adell, and Jorge Soler went back-to-back-to-back in a 5-pitch span off of Ryan Weathers in the first inning. And again, just really breaks my heart here. I'd feel a lot better about it if the Red Sox could win a game. The Nationals scored a 5-4 win over the Pirates, that game in Pittsburgh. And the Reds scored a 2-1 win over the San Francisco Giants. Some history made tonight in Detroit as Kenley Jansen recorded his 479th save, moving past Lee Smith on the all-time list as the Tigers take down the Royals 2-1. That is Detroit's 4th win in a row. The Diamondbacks 4-3 winners over the Orioles. The Cubs came back to beat the Phillies by a final of 10-4. Some games in progress to tell you about. Right now, the Blue Jays currently enjoying a 6-5 lead over the Brewers, who are down to their last strike, as it is 6-5, 2 runners on, bottom of the 9th. We'll let you know when that one goes final. It's extra innings in St. Louis. Cardinals and the Guardians knotted up at 5 runs apiece. They're in the bottom of the 10th inning. Astros up 7-5 over the Rockies. Houston trying to break a 8-game losing skid. The Rockies look like they're en route to lose their 4th in a row unless they can turn things around here quickly down in Houston. Padres and the Mariners knotted up at 1 run apiece. That game in the bottom of the 3rd inning out in San Diego. At Sutter Health Park in Sacramento, it's the A's leading the Rangers by a score of 2-1. Mets in a big-time hole. They've lost 6 in a row. They're trying to end that streak. They're tied with the Dodgers, 1-1 your score in the bottom of the 2nd inning out at Dodger Stadium. And now it's time to let you know that Mass Mutual